gratified to see that our entire panel is already here. So we are, as you can see, we are going to start on time. And to start with, uh, I will do this, and we will do this repeatedly, but um, great gratitude and thanks to the government of Telangana for hosting us and this digital citizen summit this year. The government of Telangana is represented here by by Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. Jayesh Ranjan is somebody who everybody knows now, especially in our state. Jayesh has been, in some sense, the architect of us coming to Hyderabad to do this summit this year. So, if we are ready, I would like to invite the eminent panelists for the inaugural session onto the stage. We will have a panel following Jayesh's keynote address. But may I now invite the following people here. I have Sonia George. Sonia, who is the Executive Director at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Can I get Sonia, Abner, can I get Sonia to join us? Yes, please, Sonia. Sonia George, as I just introduced you, thank you so much, at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Yeah, so I'm just asking Sonia to take her seat there because we have a video and it will be difficult for her to watch behind her back. So thank you so much, but thank you so much for all of you for joining us here today. As I was just saying that the Digital Empowerment Foundation has been running the Digital Citizen Summit for 4 years now. Fifth edition, and easily our biggest and most important. The idea was that in the circumstances that we are in, when we have for the last 20 years and more, it's trying to get digital empowerment to we've been fairly successful, and by we I mean all the stakeholders that are partners in this. A big stakeholder were the governments, and as you all know, the government that really pioneered digital empowerment in every possible way has been the government of Telangana. Almost everything that was first done was done here. We've had some really visionary political leadership and visionary executive leadership, apart from very strong voices from civil society and from academics. So I must tell you that we have here some really some people here who are doing path-breaking work from the Triple IT that is next door, which was among the first specialized institutions working on digital issues. Triple IT does enormous amount of work on IT for development, and we will hear from several of those people. We have the National Law School in Hyderabad, which also has been doing work on law and justice and IT. We have the IIT in Hyderabad, which also is a big partner. We have the Hyderabad Central University, all of them in this radius. So we've been very lucky to have to have some of the finest work, academic work going on in this city of Hyderabad, and that's why it was so opportune to do the first post-COVID really big digital summit here. And as I said right at the beginning, thanks again to the government of Telangana and to Jayesh Ranjan personally. The idea in getting this summit together was first mooted when Osama, who heads the Digital Empowerment Foundation, Jayesh at the Department of IT, and we were discussing this issue a while ago, and we were wondering on where we do this conference together, where we will talk about development and IT's role in development. And almost immediately, Mr. Jayesh Ranjan suggested and insisted that we do it here because the DEF has been doing a lot of work in Telangana. The Center for Development Policy and Practice is based here, and we've been looking at this aspect of how IT takes development forward. And in that, we were joined by several people who understand the issue of digital environment, digital democracy, IT for development, and digital empowerment in all its hues. One of them is Professor Abdul Shaban, who's come all the way from the Tata Institute of Social Science. He's been doing some pioneer work on the digital democracy front. Nikhil, who will join us soon, and the MKSS, Mr. Nikhil De, has been the author of most development initiatives that have taken the digital platform, most of them emanating from Rajasthan and then being transferred across the country. So we have Nikhil here, Kunal, who's used IT for tremendous effect, Mr. Kunal Kamra, in using popular social media to spread the message of, and it's really his contribution in spreading the message of what citizenship truly means has been stellar and has been absolutely path-breaking and pioneering in that sense. So we have a large bunch of people. We'll have a packed calendar over the next 2 days where we have more than 35 sessions on each aspect of the digital and the democratic and citizenship. And we are merging all that together to ensure that at the end of the 2 days, we have a roadmap that tells us academics what to do, the practitioners on what are the best practices that have been worked on and that have been recommended by those who are working in research and in academics. And of course, we have the other stakeholders. A lot of people here are from civil society that is using the digital medium to spread its message and to ensure that development in all its contours happens in every part of urban and rural India. Given this background, I would like to repeat that please do underline the fact that we are here focusing on the digital and the citizenship issues, both issues that are of utmost importance to the country today. In fact, utmost importance to the world today. Given the discussions and the debates that we are having on what constitutes a good digital platform amidst a lot of fake news and misinformation. So how do we ensure that this tiger that we have by the tail is subdued and is understood and is regulated well? On the other hand, the debate on citizenship. What does citizenship mean? What do citizenship rights carry? What are constitutional rights, and what is it that the sovereign power of the state guarantees? Putting the two together is what our agenda is at the Digital Empowerment Foundation. And we've been working on this over the last 2 decades, and we will be working on this because this is something that is constantly being developed. Saying this, I would again thank all of you for joining us here. We will play, Arpita, we will play a video now before I invite the keynote speaker for today, which is Mr. Jayesh Ranjan. So can we have the video?
Digital Citizen Summit is an annual event meticulously organized by a synergy of technology and social innovation experts. It serves as a platform for bringing together a diverse and dynamic gathering of scholars, academics, practitioners, civil society organizations, and government representatives who share a profound interest in technology, digital citizenship, and social innovation. Established in 2016, the Digital Citizen Summit serves as a platform for addressing key issues such as digital access, freedom of expression, digital literacy, big data, surveillance, enhancing accessibility for persons with disabilities, hate speech, online gender-based violence, data protection, misinformation and disinformation in the digital age in an attempt to foster collaboration for positive societal change. With its first edition in 2016, the Digital Citizen Summit focused on social media and internet rights. In 2017, the summit focused on understanding access, rights, and privacy. In its 2018 edition, the summit brought together a panel of experts to discuss information disorders disrupting digital citizenship. And in 2019, the summit focused on navigating an intractable misinformation landscape with a focus on policy, practice, and social realities. The Digital Empowerment Foundation and the Center for Development Policy and Practice are thrilled to announce the 5th Digital Citizen Summit 2023. The Global Multi-Stakeholder Summit will bring together diverse voices and perspectives from various stakeholders who are working towards building inclusive, sustainable, and contextual models and solutions of digital technology and social innovation in an attempt to envisage an equal digital future for all. Over 3 days, the summit will showcase keynote speakers, research presentations, and workshops conducted by organizations in the allied fields working towards strengthening the digital ecosystem. Its mission is to offer valuable perspectives on the digitalization challenges faced by India and other nations, striving for a more inclusive and just society.
Thank you so much. Just a short clip to tell you what is in store for you. But what we start off with is to take us through the journey of how India's richest state in terms of per capita incomes today, a state that has been transformed even as we have been seeing it over the last 10 years or so, in terms of both the aspects. What is remarkable about Telangana's growth over the last 10 years has been that it has grown spectacularly in its economic output. The per capita incomes are the highest in the country now, and in terms of reaching development. So both growth and development have come together. And that can only happen when all stakeholders work in tandem, supported by a state and the private sector. And you can see it if you just see outside the window. You see the state and the private sector and civil society coming together to produce some of the finest infrastructure we have in the country. Leading this, actually designing it building by building and byte by byte has been Jayesh Ranjan, who's been our IT secretary, is one of the most articulate senior bureaucrats we have in the state, and a big friend and patron to the Digital Empowerment Foundation and to CDPP. So Jayesh, we are eager to have you over to not only give us the context, the keynote, but inaugurate the conference. Your keynote, okay.
Hi, sir. Never behind the podium. So, thank you, Professor Amir. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, invitees, speakers. Greetings to all of you on behalf of Government of Telangana. Also a warm welcome to Hyderabad for all the outstation participants. While the opening ceremony is happening now, we did have a couple of sessions yesterday itself, and I had the pleasure of participating in one of those sessions in which people who have done serious academic work, they were presenting their papers. So I'm now quite familiar with the tone and the tenor of what is going to happen during this Digital Citizen Summit. I would like to, since Professor Amir has specifically asked me to speak about what have we been doing in Telangana in terms of digital, let me go back in time and share the landscape, the digital landscape, on how it began from 2014. So most of you are aware that Telangana became a new state in June 2014. And when the state became a new state, one of the opportunities was that you are not tied with any legacy. You can start from a clean slate. So we created a very ambitious program which is called Digital Telangana. The backstory behind creating that program is that as soon as this state was formed, literally within days, we had created a visioning exercise with lots of experts from Indian School of Business, from IIIT, other domain experts. And some of you would be aware that when Telangana was part of the larger state of Andhra Pradesh, there was always a sense of dissatisfaction, deprivation, discrimination. People of this region had always felt left behind. And therefore, when the new state came into being, this question was posed in that visioning exercise, that how do we make up for this lost 6 decades, 6.5 decades. And in fact, our minister, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, who is not here today because of this election that's happening right now, he was there in that exercise and he had posed a question. See, normally when you want to advance something, when you want to do something rapidly, the typical expressions that you use is, how do you fast forward? How do you, if you want to do something even faster, you use the expression, how do you leapfrog? But he used a very evocative expression. He said, how do you pole vault? So how do you literally maybe jump 10 times your height or 20 times your height in a short span of time? And the experts who were present there, they gave many answers, but one common answer which was coming was that technology should be the enabler. Technology should be the game changer. Whatever lost time that you want to recoup, you want to advance, use technology in every possible aspect of your developmental process. So this kind of led us to create a program, to craft a program, which we call Digital Telangana. The whole purpose of that Digital Telangana is to identify opportunities to use technology in various government processes, improving our efficiencies, improving our outreach for the citizens. So anything in which there is a G2C interface, how do you improve it? How do you deliver? How do you improve the delivery using technology? And the program has shaped up quite well. But when we started thinking on those lines that, okay, this is what we intend to do, essentially what we meant was that how do we digitally empower all our citizens? It also became very obvious that if you want to provide digital services, if you want citizens to use digital to his or her advantage, first of all, digital infrastructure has to be laid out. The whole state, as you know, of course, Hyderabad is a big city, but there are also villages, the remote villages, there are kind of villages in forest areas, and so on and so forth. So how do you create digital infrastructure? So in the Digital Telangana program, we created a very strong component of how do you create digital infrastructure. Coincidentally, within a few months of us announcing our Digital Telangana ambition, the national government also introduced a program which is called Digital India. I'm sure all of you are familiar with it. And again, coincidentally, we found that one of the components of Digital India was to provide broadband connectivity. They had a component, it is still undergoing, which is called BharatNet. Like you provide digital connectivity to, in the Government of India's program, the intention is to create connectivity till the Gram Panchayat headquarter. But under our Digital Telangana ambit, we felt that that won't be sufficient. We need to connect each and every household, regardless of where you are located. You could be in a very remote area, inaccessible area. So what we decided was that we will provide digital connectivity to every household. Telangana is a state with 40 million population, which translates roughly to 8 million households. And this is not a small task to connect each and every household, 8 million of them with digital connectivity. And what we decided was that in that, there won't be any compromise. We'll provide optic fiber cable, underground optic fiber cable, right till every household. But one of the reasons why we were encouraged to take such a decision was that our government had also announced in parallel another flagship program, which is to provide piped drinking water to every home. Many of you would be aware that while in our cities, we turn the tap and get piped water, but in the rural areas in particular, you don't get that luxury. You have to go to a common post and fetch water. And of course, there are lots of social issues, social dimensions, etc. So Telangana became the first state in the country to deliver piped drinking water to every household. Subsequently, this program has been replicated by the national government called Har Ghar Jal. But the reason why I'm speaking about that program is that we used something very interesting in a very smart way. So to provide pipe drinking water, 150,000 kilometers of trenches were dug, connecting every home. And we saw that as a great opportunity to put optic fiber cable also in the same trench. If you have to spend money to provide optic fiber cable connectivity to every household, almost 60% of the money is spent just to dig those trenches and then refill them. And we saw this opportunity to save that 60%. So when the government of India says that you connect till the panchayat, because we are saving so much of money, because the trenches are already available, we decided to connect every household. Again, I'm very proud to share with you, we are in November now. Hopefully by August, our target is 15th August. So by 15th August next year, we would have connected each and every household in the state with an optic fiber cable. And that process is going on. Of course, it goes village by village by village. But there is something more interesting to share. This is not to tell you about the optic fiber cable laying activity. That is important. Digital infrastructure is important. But what we realized was, see, let us say we cover a village at some phase. In village after village, the experience was that, let us say I'm an ordinary villager. I live in a simple home. I have just my basic necessities covered. Let us say I went to sleep tonight, and in the morning when I woke up, my neighbor tells me, hey, there is optic fiber cable at your doorstep. We did not find anyone jumping with joy, oh, there is an optic fiber cable, and he's rushing out, he's buying a smartphone, he's investing in a tab, and he's excited beyond imagination. Nothing of that kind happened. In village after village after village, we laid the cable, but I mean, it registers nothing. It's just one of the things which is happening without people even understanding what is happening, why is it happening, and so on and so forth. So then that raised a very fundamental kind of question, that all this time, all this effort, most importantly, all these resources that we are going to spend, is it going to remain suboptimal? If people are not going to use it, if people don't feel enthusiastic about it, what is the purpose of doing these kind of things? And obviously this is something which I'm sure bothers many of you. Many of you work on this aspect of digital divide. How is it that the society in an equitable fashion, in an inclusive fashion, benefits from digital? So the same kind of fundamental questions, fundamental challenges were confronting us as well. But then we have started doing something which is yielding very encouraging results. And this is what I want really to highlight during this short address of mine. What we felt was that, and in parallel for the last many years, we have also been promoting social innovation, grassroots innovation, and we realized that many of that innovation which is happening at the grassroots level can also be refined using technology. And in those aspects, we met with considerable success. So the idea which really struck us was that while we are creating digital infrastructure, we are connecting every household with optic fiber cable, let us start providing solutions to people, and particularly solutions to some of the most pressing problems that they have been facing, not just now, but since generations. So what we have now started doing for the last, I would imagine, 4.5 years or so is, see, all of you would know that agriculture is one sector which supports the largest number of rural livelihoods. So we have decided to start running digital programs related to agriculture in a very, very comprehensive manner. We have identified the main crops which are grown in Telangana, which is rice, cotton, maize. We have also studied the entire cycle of operations which a farmer does, right from preparing his fields to obtaining the inputs, to sowing, to managing his crops. If there's some pest attack, taking care of that, then harvesting, storing, doing some primary processing, disposing, in case there is some weather-related challenges, claiming insurance. And we found that in all these steps, there are inefficiencies. And because of these inefficiencies, the farmer is literally losing roughly between 30% to 70% of what he could have otherwise gained. And again, in this, there is a huge difference between large farmers and small and mid-scale farmers or marginal farmers. The losses, the opportunities missed is much more in the case of the small farmer and the marginal farmer. So what we have now done is that we have tried to identify what are the technology options which are available to plug in all these inefficiencies, to improve his production, to improve his productivity, to reduce his losses in a comprehensive way, to improve his incomes. And we have been able to identify 80 plus technologies. And we are identifying only those technologies which are easy to understand, easy to implement, affordable, accessible. And we have created an inventory of those 80 plus technologies. And with the help of our agriculture university, we first try them out in the agriculture university's farms, in the agriculture university's fields. And once we are confident that this is a solution which will work well across seasons, across the geography of Telangana, then we are rolling it out amongst the farmers with special focus on the small and the marginal farmers. And as of now, of the 80 solutions that we have identified, approximately 18 have been kind of rolled out. I'll give you one interesting example, one interesting anecdote. We have rolled out one solution which is related to pests. And pest attacks are very common on the cotton crops here. Literally every second year or every third year, there'll be a very serious pest attack, and almost half the crop will be damaged. So we identified a technology solution in which you just need to take the image of the crop at different stages, not when the pest has attacked, but let us say when the crop is just flowering, and then at the next stage and at the next stage. And using an algorithm, the solution predicts whether a pest attack will come or not. So you're better prepared, you take advanced action, and so on and so forth. So the solution was tested in the agriculture university and it was working well. We decided to roll it out, and we decided to launch this. See, this unfortunately, or for whatever reason it happens, that you have to do a formal inauguration, a formal launch. And so we decided to do it in our minister's constituency. His constituency is a place called Sirsila. And we invited the minister to come and launch that app because this is something very useful for the farmers. So while the minister was on the way, we had all gone there, we were ready. There was a stage like this. And the startup, the solution was procured from a startup. The startup which had done this solution, some of their folks were also present. And they were trying to kind of set up the screen and connect their laptop. And the person who had come on behalf of that startup, apparently he was not very familiar. He was not the tech person. He was some salesperson or a business development person. So he was fumbling with his screen. He was not able to kind of load it up properly. And then I noticed, I was also there was one farmer who was sitting amongst the audience. He started guiding this person from there. That don't click that button, click that, there'll be a drop-down menu. On that you click cotton, and then this will come. So this person followed his instructions, and exactly the way that person was advising, the screen became live. And then of course the minister came, he inaugurated, went away. But I was very curious to know. So I thought that obviously by looks you can't be very certain, but he did not seem to be a person who is very educated, who has too much of command over technology. So my guess was that maybe his son is someone in the IT sector. In Hyderabad, as you know, close to 1 million people work in the IT sector. Many of them are from rural areas. So I imagine that his son may be kind of helping him out or making him understand. So after the event, I kind of walked up to him. I asked him that how come you know so much about this application and all. So he mentioned something very interesting. He confessed that he's a simple person, doesn't have any great education or anything, is not familiar with gadgets, doesn't understand technology. But what he told us was that over the last few weeks, some kind of a preparatory work is going on in our village, what we call a soft launch. Before the dignitary comes and inaugurates, there is some kind of a soft launch. So he told us that he has been participating in this soft launch. And because this is such a vital thing for him and for the rest of the villagers, they face these pest attacks, they continue to lose crops, they continue to lose incomes. And he realized that this is a solution which will work well for them. And therefore, during the soft launch, when the startup folks would be telling them what to do, how to use that app, he paid attention, he learned that. So that is the real message, that if you are able to solve the real problems, the real pain points of the people before they arise and show the link of technology, the buy-in will be very, very, very strong. And tomorrow, whatever you want to deliver from the top, you want to deliver citizenship, you want to deliver democracy, you want to deliver whatever else you want to, if that receiving mechanism is created through their buy-in by solving actual live problems of theirs, not hypothetical issues, agriculture problems, healthcare problems, education problems. And this is what we have experienced in Telangana. And this is how the entire fulcrum of Digital Telangana, from being a infrastructure-driven program that you focus on providing OFC connectivity to every home. Of course, that goes on. And as I said, we are now at a very advanced stage. But in August next year, we'll be able to go live in every homes. But while that happens, it is maybe 100 times more important to show to a common person how does technology work for him, how to make it simple, how to make it affordable, how to make it accessible. And if all of us, all the stakeholders can do so, then as I said, a very strong receiving mechanism will be created. If you want to challenge fake news, if you want to tackle misinformation, whatever you want to do, citizens' buy-in will be there. Otherwise, they will just feel that something strange is happening and it just kind of passes them by. So I hope that there are many people whom I personally admire. They're all coincidentally sitting on this table. So I look forward to listening to all of you, but good wishes for the success of this edition of the DCS, the Digital Citizen Summit. And once again, warm welcome to all of you to Hyderabad. Thank you very much.
Yeah, may I invite you? No, now we are starting the panel, so I'd really invite you to join this. All right, may I now call the panelists to join us on stage? We have Ms. Sonia George. Sonia, this time for serious. Sonia George has been our global partner, yeah, and somebody who's held our hands and taken us in this journey over the last couple of decades. And is the Global Executive Director at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnerships. May I now invite Dr. Shiv Kumar, who's Principal Advisor to Broadband India Forum. As you would understand, a key player in ensuring digital empowerment. Nikhil De, founding member of the Mazdoor Kisan Shakti Sangathan. That's all I can say now. And I can go on talking about Nikhil and his contribution to citizenship and empowerment for hours. Kunal Kamra, as I've already introduced. Major celebrity today, very profound, incisive, very sensitive. Kavita Iyer, editor of one of the finest digital news magazines that we have, Article 14. Thank you so much, Kavita. And to moderate this panel and to take it forward, Osama Manzar, the chairperson and founder of the Digital Empowerment. Osama, I tried persuading Jayesh to join the panel, but
very controversial, you can join if you think.
Now you got it. Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for this panel. I would like to share the background note that I have shared with all of us to all of you also very quickly so that you know what you are going to hear in the next 1 hour. We have till 11:30 and we have been instructed that to be on time. This panel consists of people who come from various backgrounds to talk about how digital, which was an aspirational technology and media, has become a challenging intruder in our life in many, many ways. and that is what we are going to talk. We requested Nikhil Dey because he is one of the person who has been architect of RTI and NREGA and all that, and that's like half of our country, in terms of job seekers and also the people who seek information. We have Kunal, who tell us that you can sleep well by listening all those things that you actually didn't like, but you listen to them because he is voice of the popular people in a manner that you don't get to jail, but you just listen and go to sleep. And Shiv, because I expect that Broadband Forum of India is responsible for getting access to the people, and if they are not, then we should grill him and ask him that why. And Sonia, because she brings the perspective of the global voice from the perspective that is internet affordable or not, are we having meaningful connectivity or not. And Kavita, because she is one of the most traveled person in rural India, reporting rural India, to tell that how digital is excluding us or including us. Before I go to each one of them, we have decided to work in 3 rounds, and we do 3 minutes and 3 minutes, and we share our inputs from the deep background of experience of working with people about commoning the internet or uncommoning the internet, why internet, which used to be a global media for everyone, suddenly became 5 channels on Facebook and Instagram and Amazon and all that, and they are leading our life. Just to give one last line, 52% of India has no idea what is internet. They have never used internet. 48% of people who claim to be internet users, more than 50% of them are not meaningfully connected to the internet. And out of 366 million people who do online transaction, only 122 million people come from rural India, and the rural India population is 908 million. These are just the numbers that you just keep in background. We will also come back to you to interact with this. I will first go to Nikhil to highlight, are we citizen, or are we digital citizen, or we are not even a citizen?
Yeah, so firstly, it's really an honor to be on this panel. I am the most non-digital person on the panel. Would probably define myself also as being digitally challenged. So by having me here, you've reached out also to the challenged community. And I think there needs to be a new category of those who are challenged. 3 loaded words actually: Digital Citizenship Summit. Summit we leave out, but 2 very loaded words, particularly if you put them together. So I'd briefly in this initial bit like to look at them separately. Citizenship, and I'll come later on to the more specific things that relate to whether it's right to information on Narega or rights or whatever else. But citizenship and rights shapes our politics, our development, our democracy, our markets. Practically everything that we do, wherever we do it. And citizenship and its interaction with our society is also defined again through our constitutional framework, which defines rights. So where does this idea of citizenship come from? Where does the idea of rights come from? It comes from our constitutional democratic framework. That is something that we have to apply. And I'll come to that a little bit further, but I think if we don't do that and just put these 2 words together, we are in deep trouble for a lot of people who don't have rights, who aren't really being able to exercise their citizenship in this country. That's one point I want to make. The other is digital modes and platforms. As a challenge, I'll just give a quick example. Aadhaar, I was one of the people along with Aruna who were petitioner against Aadhaar. And we came from a very different space. not from the space of surveillance, which is definitely an extremely important issue, not even from the space of where Aadhaar could be commercially exploited for data mining, which again is a very important issue, but because Aadhaar said that it will include people, Aadhaar is a means of inclusion, and Aadhaar said that it will increase efficiency. Now the question is for whom? When we went through years and years of seeing, years because it has been years already, of seeing until today we see people who are excluded because of Aadhaar from essential services. You cannot at that point look at those who are getting it, those who are facilitated. You cannot look at overall figures. That's certainly something what a policymaker will do. But from the point of view of citizenship, you cannot exclude a single person. And therefore, Aadhaar kept saying we are not mandatory, but we are compulsory. And as a result of that, millions of people got excluded, millions of people even today are excluded. And I don't have the time and I don't want to go into issues of efficiency. For many people, it was not efficient. For the state, because it centralizes, because digital systems centralize, it is certainly, many of the people in this room will see all the value, and I don't dispute that, of being able to have it as a management tool. But from the point of view of citizenship, of particularly those most marginalized, it's a big challenge. Very quickly, there are people in this room, I'm really glad you've called them as well. There are 3 things that will give you an idea. Later I'll talk about them. There's going to be a public hearing on exclusion. Please do go to that. My suggestion is, because you'll hear from the ground the nature of exclusion. There's going to be one on proactive disclosure, which can really increase. There are systems that have come where what Jayesh was saying about how it can facilitate things. And there's going to be one very interesting one on the modes where digitization is being used in the space of commerce for gig workers. And how do you protect their rights when they are functioning only through digital systems in the market?
Thank you, Nikhil. I think you're still very polite saying that, obviously, even one person left, that means it's a violation of citizenship and its rights. And imagine 400 million people, I was reading one data, usually apply, almost close to 400 million people apply for Narega job. And suddenly, and most of them are considered to be not connected and not having thing.
Yeah, so I'll just say one thing that I should have said. We need to, like we say, a violation of anyone's fundamental rights means any citizen can go straight to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
You don't need to go anywhere else. One person. We need to apply that to the digital space, to every one of our fundamental rights. Does it enhance that, or does it actually exclude from that?
Yeah, and it's very interesting because, when you go to the number, it looks like if you talk to a normal people, ab to sabke paas mobile hai, that's the statement people usually make. That sabke paas mobile hai, even wo kabadi wale ke paas bhi mobile hai, iske paas bhi mobile hai. But that's not the real number, that's not the fact of life on the ground. Let me go to Kunal and ask him what really made him to apply for litigation or against the IT Act, and from making comedy he suddenly became serious.
Hello, hi. Hello everybody, thank you so much for coming out. I'm really happy to be invited on this panel. This is probably the first panel I'm doing, but I realized once you start doing comedy in India, most of the work that will be offered to you as a comedian will be telling you to not do comedy. So sticking to that, so I basically have been on the internet from say 2013, from the glorious time we used to use Twitter to just call out brands who are not giving us the service. Like Videocon, you sold me a shit TV, and then tag Amitabh Bachchan in it and Shah Rukh Khan in it for no reason. So I come from that time is when I started on the internet, and now if you look at the internet, it's just a whole different space. And with the IT laws, what the government was trying to do and is trying to do, they will change the jacket with the same banyan, and there'll be like another set of laws which will do the exact same thing which these laws were supposed to do, was that the government decides that whatever is posted by a citizen or a news organization or any one of you, if it's the business of the government, they will decide if the news is true or not. Now, I've never heard this ever because two cases. One is that anything that's your business needs to be audited from outside. So, how will you decide what is true and not true? Secondly, there are data that the government doesn't mine for anymore. We don't know how many people died in COVID. We don't know how many people die in a train accident. We don't know how many people got the vaccine, didn't get the vaccine, got the booster. Yeah, of course, we know how many people saw vaccine war and Kashmir files. That's different. But most of the data the government doesn't put out or doesn't even mine for it. So if you are an independent agency that puts that data forward, the government can come and say that just because we don't have the real data, this is fake news. Now, this doesn't apply to me because I'm not really mining for data. But anything can be called fake news. Satire, for example, in 2019, when the Prime Minister was taking oath, I just put Ambani's photo instead of him, and I said, our Prime Minister taking oath. Facebook took my page down for fake news. Firstly, it was satire. Secondly, it wasn't fake. Now, now in retrospect, I'm apologetic. I should have put Adani's photo. I get it. So for 2024, maybe I'll do that. So these kind of things. And just to cap it up, as an Indian content creator, or as someone on the internet, we are really like ignored by all the platforms. Just look at what YouTube does. Does YouTube produce content? No. Does YouTube help content creators? No. YouTube monetizes content that you create for your audience. But what does YouTube do? Polices content. Advertiser friendly, not advertiser friendly, government friendly, not government friendly, political, not political. So now, a content creator cannot hold YouTube accountable for why is my content not advertiser friendly? Please explain. Government can tell YouTube this content is not advertising friendly, this is fake news, and YouTube will just follow. Because it's far more easier to follow government orders than to have an independent team analyzing what is real, what is not real, what is beneficial, what is misinformation, what is disinformation. This is the duty of the platform. This is not the duty of the government or the content creator. And the more the government interferes, the lesser the platform care about us. And the last thing I want to leave you with is just imagine how important it is. Now, there's YouTube, there's Instagram, there's Facebook, there's WhatsApp, and then there's Elon Musk backyard Twitter. So these are 5 major things we have, and then there's Amazon. And Amazon Prime Video is also there. Now, Jeff Bezos can sell a plane on his website. Why is he still wanting you to watch a TV show and a film on his platform? Because it is just about retaining your eyes, retaining the audience to that one thing, where that one thing has all your data. And I don't know how we are so happy to become consumers. India is the most happy when we are consumers. Oh, we are consuming something. Starbucks will come here, we'll line up and wait. So happy being the world's biggest commenters. So if our data is going, people are like, yeah, that's great. So what? I'll get better ads. I'll get better discounts. No, but there's a reverse to it. If you send a very curt message to your partner while you guys are fighting, and then if your partner goes on the internet and then if she finds a divorce lawyer or benefits of being single, then you won't be happy with that data being out, right? So this is my 2 cents on where the internet is going, and thanks so much.
Thanks. We are again going to come back to you. Can I go to the corner of the, row to Kavita? When I was reading that you have traveled a lot in rural and reported, I started counting my numbers, which actually is 10,000 villages. I don't know whether you have done that or not, but please let us know what is wrong that digital is doing in rural India. What are the challenges that it is giving? Why it is perceived that everybody has it, but actually we don't.
Thank you everyone for coming, and a very good morning to everyone. So I'm working on something long-term that's related to migrants and migrant workers in India. So everywhere I travel, I tend to keep an eye out for those young boys who we see at the railway stations, at bus stops, carrying those big backpacks, some of them carrying buckets, or some of them also carrying, pots and pans, looking like they're setting out for another city, another town, a little away from where they live, and they're planning to stay there for a while. And they all have cell phones in their hand, or there are two of them sharing a cell phone, and they're all watching videos. They're watching Insta Reels, they're watching YouTube Shorts, and I see them at railway stations lying down on the floor in the waiting area and waiting for their trains. And they're all on the internet. So at the same time, while there is this sense that there is an acceptance of the digital among Indians from a different class and a different setting than most of us here are from, there is also a very different kind of exclusion, or different kinds of exclusions that I have seen across wherever I have traveled. I made a very, very short list, and this is literally just things that I, as a reporter, am able to see the moment I enter a village, not requiring deep research, not requiring living there for a month, not requiring visiting 10,000 villages. Just as a reporter, I would typically be in a village for a day or two at the most, and that's all the time that it requires me to take, that it requires for us to understand what kinds of exclusions people in those areas are experiencing with regard to digital. So just the last few trips that I have made, what are the kinds of exclusions I have seen? One of the things is that, of course, some areas are just so remote that there is no connectivity. When that happens, then the kinds of exclusions you will hear, I think, from a lot of people who are going to be at the public hearing, and of course from Nikhilji. That obviously means that if you're not having connectivity, you're not able to get your Aadhaar authentication, you're not able to avail your rights, your constitutionally mandated rights, you're not able to get even your ration, you're not able to get Mander, you're not able to get work, because everything now requires you to have access to a digital presence. So some areas are just so remote, also some areas which are hilly, and in fact it looks like people have to walk downhill in order to get connectivity, those kinds of things. That's one kind of exclusion. Another kind is obviously just that gender. Women tend to just be excluded. So all these young boys who I see on the railway stations with cell phones and watching YouTube videos, I sometimes go up and I ask them, so where are you traveling? And they tell me, we're going to Bombay, or we're going to Nashik, or we're going to, sometimes they're going much farther, some of them going to Kerala, some of them going to Tamil Nadu. And so I say, so is it your phone? And it's typically the phone that the father or the male member of the family has maintained and is handed over to a young boy when he's heading out somewhere, or a new phone that young girls, women of the households, almost never. Those who are working now, because the Asha workers are required to have, the Anganwadi workers are required to have, that's a different kind of people. But just women who are at home and who would need perhaps access to the internet for one or the other thing, they would typically not have a cell phone on their hands at all, leave alone an internet-enabled smartphone. Then there are also the women who are the wives of these migrant workers, wives, sisters, daughters of these migrant workers who have gone away. And so they are not even able, so one of the things that a lot of people tell me is that, this Aadhaar authentication thing is just too much of a complaint. There are other ways that you can authenticate your Aadhaar, and it doesn't have to be via your biometrics, and you can do an OTP. How do you get an OTP when you don't have the phone with you? The phone has been taken off by the gentleman of the house who is away working in another town, and you are trying to access your ration in wherever your village is, and there is no question of either the Aadhaar authentication via biometrics or via OTP. That's another kind of exclusion that typically women tend to face a great deal. there's also this very unique problem in Bombay itself, where I live, which is of the kind of housing that, because of informal housing, which is so dense in Bombay, there are people who I have had long conversations with who have not been able to study during this COVID period when everyone was studying from home. They couldn't, because internet, your phone doesn't work at home because your roofs are low. It's a very densely built, congested area in the slum colonies, and you have to stand at the end of the gully or the alley, which is opening into the pavement or the open ground outside or the highway outside, and you have to stand there and study, or sit on the footpath or the pavement there and study. And so then what happens is that typically then the girls are not allowed to do that. The girls are told, no, okay, it's 6 o'clock in the evening, you please go back home. This is not safe for you. You cannot be sitting on the highway. That's another kind of exclusion. So many young women who I spoke to at length during the pandemic could not study even in Bombay, simply because there is no, the cell phone does not work at home. They have to step out into the highway area in order to get internet access. Then there's a problem of lack of digital literacy. So if all these other problems are sort of surpassed, and then there is a woman and she has a cell phone and she has a smartphone, and she's able to use it and she knows how to use it, and she is looking to get her. So this is a case that I reported recently, that there was a case in Nashik, a village in Nashik where there were 30 seconds. There was a village in Nashik where there were a group of men who found their bank accounts had been debited large sums of money, like 20,000 rupees, 25,000 rupees, and they didn't know what had happened, and there were about 6 of them from one village, and when they went to the police station, the police didn't know, couldn't imagine that there would be a cybercrime happening in some remote village in Nashik. Turned out that they had been asked to go update their Aadhaar because the women of the family were trying to get the ration. And so they went to get their Aadhaar updated. And on account of poor digital literacy and account of poor safety standards that in these Aadhaar updation centers or Aadhaar updation camps, because of poor security, their Aadhaar, all the matter was cloned, and there was a person, a criminal in the group of people who was running the Aadhaar updation camp, and he was just able to get all their details and quickly withdraw money. It's frightening that these kinds of exclusions, and this is literally of the last 4 or 5 things that I remember reporting. So if we really look at it in much more detail and do some research, we'll probably find 20 other kinds of exclusions also.
Yeah, and thank you. And just for those who think these examples are just one example or 2 examples, but they're stories. But examples is like migrant workers. How many migrant workers in India? 450 million people. Imagine they are part of updated, not updated, but issued Aadhaar. But every month they go for changing their name or some correction, without which you cannot withdraw your money, you cannot withdraw, get your ration, and most of these people. So any number that you see which is exclusionary is not in just 1 or 2 example nahi hai. These are like millions of people, and that is very, very important that we are looking at. In the name of digitization, we are actually blocking people to have their entitlements not delivered or costly. For those, even if I have everything ready, I have to travel 10 kilometers, 5 kilometers or whatever, which is very, very costly. And I had calculated once that for a poor person, 1 page of photocopy costs 250 rupees. 250 rupees. And while you calculate, we will go to Sonia to hear from her, these stories. I'm sure these stories you keep hearing from Africa also, and Latin America also, and many other parts. But India is also one of your favorite country to, quote. What do you have to say?
Thank you, Osama. Well, thank you first also for inviting me. I'm very honored to be here representing, I guess, many voices. And so thank you for inviting us. So I work at the Global Digital Inclusion Partnership that I co-lead with my colleagues. And what we do is and I just want to give you an idea of who we are so you understand also the motivation for the work that we do. So we are a global coalition that brings together civil society, public sector, and private sector to work on policy, regulatory issues, but very much informing those policy change issues on evidence, research, experience, and what people everywhere, all people, want from digital opportunity. And when I say all people, I mean it, that I'm not talking about the elites. Our work focuses on what we call global majority countries, and we primarily focus on not just those who are unconnected, but the most marginalized. So I'm glad, Kavita, that you already mentioned women and girls, but there are other groups of the population that remain marginalized, but women are by far, and women and girls, the largest, most marginalized group in the digital space. So when we talk about digital inclusion and this concept that the summit is focusing on, commoning the internet, it's a dream, something that the majority of the women, not just in India, but in many parts of the world, can only imagine and start conceiving without the possibility of actually actively engaging, enjoying, benefiting, and sometimes even dream about. And so let's start with India, but India is an example that is really important because you are a massive country and a country that has also done a lot of interesting things. You see a lot of progress, but at the same time, because of the great inequality that exists in the country, you have very large challenges. They're similar in other countries as well, but let's just pick up on gender, which is actually one of my favorite areas and an area that actually motivates me personally and our team as far as what we do. So here in India, you mentioned quite a few stats at the beginning of your introduction, Osama. You did mention the gender digital divide. So here in India, only about 30% of the women in your country use the internet. An even smaller percentage of the women in your country use a smartphone, which is what you need to be able to get to the internet. So the gender digital divide is very wide. Obviously, men are also unconnected. There's many, because as you said, only about 50% of the population or so is connected. But those who are counted as connected are also poorly connected. And what we mean by poorly connected is that people are often have the ability to go on the internet, but they can't do that every day. They cannot do it every time they need. They can only do it when they either can afford or when they have the ability of sharing a device with someone, as you were saying, Kavita, in the rural areas, which is very common here, but it's also very common in other countries in South Asia, in countries in Africa, in countries in Latin America where we work. What's interesting about understanding these concepts is that for us, as activists, advocates of rights, as you were mentioning, we need to have very clear definitions, right? As some of your colleagues will say, when you work with governments, you have to have hard data and you have to have real concepts. If you don't, things get lost. So if I'll say, we need to have affordable internet to everyone, they'll ask you, what does that mean exactly, right? What is affordable and what kind of internet? So let me just spend a minute explaining that. We developed this definition a few years ago that became very useful to not only advocate for better policy at the global level, but then at the national and local levels, really important to change the way to think about policy to make the internet available. But affordability became this concept that it was about the cost of just 1 gigabyte of data for everyone, everywhere, should not be more than 2% of their average monthly income. So think about that. No more than 2% of your average monthly income for everyone. So even if India as a country can say that on the aggregate that internet is affordable, the reality is that 60% of your population have much lower incomes than the top 20% or the top 5%, right? So the reality is that even in the aggregate, when things seem to be quite affordable, they are not. And this is why 70% of Indian women are not on the internet. And that's just the affordability of data. When you add to the affordability of data this idea that to be able to be on the internet, you need to have a device, you need to have good speed and data and frequency of use, you add another layer. And in every society, not just in India, sadly, women are also victims of income gaps. So it's not just the digital ecosystem, but the digital ecosystem sits in a socioeconomic space where inherent inequalities and structural differences also exist. So women in an Indian society and in other societies in Latin America and Africa are double, triple, quadruple excluded, not just because of incomes, because of social and cultural issues, but then because of the fact that we haven't managed to bring down prices and increase the quality of what people can pay so that people can fully enjoy the benefit of what it means to be online. So, in addition to the definition of affordability, this concept of meaningful connectivity that we've been talking about, it's all about the quality, because we realized, yes, even if people can afford a little bit of data, but if that data is not working, or most of the times, as you were saying, things are spinning around and you already spent your money and you still cannot get the information you needed, either about your rights or schooling or health, then it doesn't go anywhere. So thinking about how to change that digital access from a perspective that is more inclusive, but that also addresses these gaps is really important. And the gender gap, which also goes with the rural gap, is extremely, extremely critical to change. So when a politician or a policymaker tells us we're looking at digital inclusion and we have programs for universal access, I always ask them, okay, that's fine. So first the thing is, what's your target? What are you trying to get to? And do you have specific targets that are for rural areas, for women and girls, and all of those areas that you know you have gaps? If you don't have those targets and if you don't have specific ways of addressing those, you're actually not doing public policy in the public interest, because it's not covering everybody. It's only policy that works for a minority that tends to be already more privileged.
Thank you, Sonia. And one of the things that I don't see happening and talking about is that if digital is a public infrastructure now already being considered to become a public infrastructure, why it is not a public access point? You know, we don't have a proper public access point for digital while we make everything digital. So, you know, Shiv, maybe you can highlight in a couple of minutes that what are these access issues, that why we are making digital necessary, but access not available to the people.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks, Osama and the DEF team for inviting me here. Kavita spoke about the exclusion, very interesting. Usually the people talk about the inclusivity, but the interesting part was how the digital divide is happening and then exclusion happening. Then Kunal gave about the Digital Act or the IT Act we are coming up. So he gave the idea about that, what is happening. Yesterday, interestingly, we were in the CDAC, and we find that it's not a digital divide only in the rural and the urban. There is a digital divide among our intellectuals as well. See, even myself or one of my colleagues, we were there yesterday in the CDAC. So we are also not having any safety or the security measures even our mobile. We were discussing about the same problem which was mentioned here, that we are losing so much of money from our accounts. And it is happening with many of us. It happened with even such an intellectual person. Mr. T.V. Ramachandran, who is the president of the Broadband India Forum, and so vigilant and so much learned, and money gone from his account, and he paid it. You know, there's a different type of frauds using the AI or using the SIM cloning. Then M-Kavach, one of the, application which has come up from the CDPP, it was advised that we should download that. We did it, and I found that there was an application in my even mobile which was having the cloning. So it was removed using that. So there are different measures, even the, the awareness among all of us is not there even about the even security. So I'll not touch this too much here. I'll go to the, the concern or the question which has written by Osama. There is a special session we have included in the BIF session on the cybersecurity, and we have an expert, none other than the SATS, which is a cyber, strategic organization of the government of India. So we have the expert, Dr. Sarat Chand Babu. So he will be telling some more about the security measures. About the, inclusion, or we talk about the, the digital connectivity and how the connectivity can be enhanced. You know that lot of efforts are going from the government, but still there are challenges, as Osama said, that even if there is a connectivity in the rural areas or many of the places, or even, it was said by the Kapta that even in the dense urban areas, there is a challenge of the connectivity. Yes, we are experiencing, because we, as a Broadband India Forum, we keep on conducting various research, and we also found that there is a lot of issues in the dense urban areas, for which we have been working with the Ministry of Urban and Housing Development, and for that purpose we are working how the connectivity can be improved inside the buildings through the IBS solution, in-building solutions. So we are working on that. We got the addendum to the model building bylaws, and which provides now that digital connectivity inside the buildings is now mandatory, and how it is going to be achieved. So we have been working with them, and the guidelines has been issued. The guidelines from the center, it has gone to all the states. As far as the connectivity is concerned, there are different type of modes or mechanisms of the technology. In the keynote speech also it was mentioned that OFC technology is widely being used. Yes, the connectivity is, that, but there are many places where still we don't have the OFC connectivity, or even if we have the connectivity, it is the challenge in order to maintain that. But a lot of efforts has been done by the government. Government has come up even the phase 3 of the BharatNet, which will be providing the connectivity to the different gram panchayats and villages. So in the next, maybe I will express more. Thank you very much.
Sorry, we are only about 20 minutes away. We took a lot of time in our first round. Can I go back to Nikhil to say, a few words in terms of, now we are trapped by digital. Nobody's saying that we don't want to be digital, or it's not necessary, or it's not happening. But we are almost becoming non-existent in terms of, in the consideration of digital expansionism. It is becoming authoritarian for the government. It is becoming, for the media, it is happening, narrative ownership in terms of how they are doing. And corporates are actually consolidating us, as what Kunal said, is that we are a happy consumer, and they are extremely happily taking us as consumers into that one. Our citizenship, it has a stake. Never in the history of any media that we have lost so much of being citizenship.
Yeah, so Osama, what I'd like to do is just go into the development rights that we've fought for, NREGA, pensions, and then also or right to information, and just look at some of the numbers, because conceptually we've talked a lot, but just let's look at NREGA. Just now there are 2 digital methods that are being used. One is what's called the National Mobile Monitoring System, attendance for 15 crore workers across lakhs of sites in the country is being taken on online mobile photographs. Just think about it. I am going to work and I will only get paid if twice a day my attendance is taken at those remote work sites. 15 crore people. Every 15 crore people are the active job card holders. On a given day, there'll be 3 crore, 4 crore people. The number of exclusions, and what is the argument that's been given? That we will reduce corruption with that, number one. Number two, that we will increase efficiency of that. Now, it's mandatory. You will not get paid. And the systems that are there, after that, they say, no, of course you can go to the district collector and you can get it put in. So you can imagine, I won't go into it, there isn't time about it, but just the number of people we are putting to pain. And finally, what do you get paid for? Productivity. You're not measuring that. People are spending all day trying to get their attendance. That's all they care about. They don't care about the productivity. So you're actually doing something quite the opposite through this mandatory system. Second mandatory system in Narega is not just that you had Aadhaar, because now the Aadhaar authority says 100% Indians have Aadhaar. It is that you have an Aadhaar-based payment system. So it's Aadhaar plus bank plus KYC, a particular payment system that is now being put for Narega workers. Government has made it mandatory 3 times and pushed the deadline because they are saying that only through mandatory systems will you get it. And today, government's own figures are that amongst active job card holders, after 3 mandatory deadlines, 15% do not have it yet. So you cannot get paid. You can go to work, but you cannot get paid if you are one of those 15% of the active job card holders. So what kind of pain are you putting? Not pain, you're actually taking them away from their daily livelihood. And the second thing in that is that you're making it mandatory. So what is the result of that whole thing? Is that, and it's not just Aadhaar, it's going to that bank, which itself has a whole lot of digital systems. It's KYC, it's e-KYC. And all of these, each one of these are mandatory put pain points, not just one thing of Aadhaar. Because you are forcing the administration to say that we want this done by this deadline, this year there have been 5 crore job card deletions. What do? You delete them. Because you can't meet that quota, the BDO can't meet the quota, you can't really get them onto that platform, so you delete them. Last year it was 1 crore, this year it's 5 crores. 5 crore households have been deleted. So you can look at the kinds of figures and numbers. The third thing is, actually in pensions, the second figure, we have a pension law, a new pension law that doubled pensions from 500 rupees to 1,000 social security pensions for 1 crore people. I was in the meeting where the Chief Minister pressed a button, and the magic of that, to see figures and people who were in the crowd saying, oh, the money has come. Because it's instant, it's DBT. It is great. But out of 1 crore, 18% did not get it because they were not verified. And how do they get verified? Through biometric verification. The biggest number who are actually excluded, in my opinion, is the elderly. Elderly women even more, but it's the elderly. As a group, the elderly, and particularly amongst marginalized poor people, incredible. Now you are not, you're dependent on that pension, and 18 lakh people in the state took months, and that you can hear in the stories about it. I won't go into each. Each individual story will bring you to tears, many people. And what was the result of that earlier? You then mark them as dead. Because you had to get them off that list somehow. So you either mark them as duplicate and mark them as dead. And that led us to do something, and that's the last thing I'll come to. The Jayesh ji talked about pole vaulting. Actually, digital things can make you pole vault. It can be a multiplier. But it can be a multiplier both ways, or it can also be a hurdle race. We have to make sure that we do not create a series of hurdles for people for their basic rights, which is what we are doing in governance often. And each one, every individual matters. Where there has been a pole vaulting, and I want to give that example, is that there is a thing that was created called Jan Suchna Portal when we were trying to see when they had said 2 lakh pensioners were dead, who were actually not dead because they had been deleted like that. We said, put those figures out. So an right to information can really be facilitated if you say that all the data that government has is put out, Number one, it's put online. Number two, as an online facilitator. Number three, you have no admin logins for it. What you can see, people can see in the formats that they want. And I'd like to suggest to Jayesh, if you can take that on here, this is something that can really move. In Rajasthan, it's been there for 2.5 years. It came out of those dead pensioners. Our demand in 20 days sitting on Dharna to say, give us those figures. It brought a whole lot of everything that government should come automatically without putting a right to information application. I've just looked at the figures. There are 15 crore accesses that have been done in the last 2.5 years to get 27 crore bits of information downloads. That itself tells you how useful it was, how people used it as a multiplier. It doesn't exclude, it includes. So those are the kinds of ways in which we have to try and go for.
Thanks, Nikhil. And I'll come back to you to give some solution. And we are having a lot of problem, but to give us some solution also. But Sonia, you wanted to make a quick comment?
I was just going to make a quick comment in response to what Nikhil was saying. One comment and a question. So the comment is, what's happening, which is really disappointing, is that governments around the world, including your government, Nikhil, is developing all of these assumptions to digitize services, right? Really using digitalization to deliver public goods, public services, when in fact the majority of the population, first of all, does not only is not connected, but even when connected, doesn't have the ability to benefit from those services. So this situation is not only contradictory, but it really makes you want to question governments. Why would you digitize and do all of these when by default the government is actually further excluding all of the population that cannot benefit from that service? So when a government thinks about digitalization of services, it needs to think, what do we need to do to make sure that everyone will be able to benefit from that service? And even if on a temporary basis, because of transitions and development, not everyone has a device, at least something like community centers, the kinds of things that you at the Digital Empowerment Foundation have done in India are very powerful, because then people have the ability to go to places where they can still have that service or get support to learn and get the skills to then use the service. But if you don't have that, if the government doesn't take responsibility to also fill that gap, then it's actually participating in further exclusion. My question was actually to our colleague from the state who's hosting us here. You talked about the state and how almost every single household is going to be connected by August of next year. My question is that program also coming with the kinds of support for people to actually be able to use the service? So it's not just about having the access, but use, because there's also a gap in usage, right? Benefiting directly. And are other states calling you here in India and maybe even other countries, are they calling you and asking you, how are you doing it? So that your lessons, what you are doing here, can be an example. I would love to hear about that if possible.
I'll come to you on that at the end. Kunal, I have a question to you, is that since you catch popular perception and mind, and digital is here to stay and it's not going away, I know it is the source of information for everyone and source of misinformation also for everyone and disinformation for everyone. What kind of things that you see that we should do to make it more democratized, more liberal? Is it that the policies, or is it that the people itself to blame, because you are actually putting your data at will?
I don't have many big suggestions. I have smaller suggestions. In family WhatsApp group, the under 40 and the over 40 should be on separate groups. And then they should interact on a third medium on what is reality and what is fact. Today, the mainline news media doesn't give us news, it gives us narrative. Social media is an extension of the mainland media, which gives us further narrative to main media's narrative. Now, I just made a list of a few things that our mainstream media has told us. There's this, they all are in one area in the north, in one film city. I don't know what that place is. Lashkar-e Noida. Lashkar-e. All the organizations are there only. The head is Arun Puri. He sits there. And these are the news that they've peddled as news, okay? Aaj tak, fatwa in Saudi Arabia, men can eat their wife if hungry. This was from a satire article. Aaj tak, India con run fake tweets on Sushant Singh Rajput's death. Times Now, conversion card released in Kerala for all different castes and class of Hindu women, all fake. Z News, Dawood's 15,000 crore seized in UAE. Thank you, Modi ji. So, again fake. Republic News, the Times of India, Economic Times, Financial Times have said that President Kovind has gained 3 million new followers in an hour. The president changed, the account, just the name changed. Nothing really happened there. So again, this was fake news. Now one more, this is beautiful, Z News. Nostradamus had predicted the rise of Supreme Leader Narendra Modi. Now, UNESCO for WhatsApp and for news and mainline, I think it's just an organization to declare India something or the other. So UNESCO declares PM Modi as best Prime Minister, Jana Gana Mana as best national anthem, declares 2,000 rupee note as best currency in the world. So innovative. New notes have radioactive ink, they have GPS trackers, black money can be directed, WhatsApp DPs can be used by ISIS, RBI declares rupees 10 coin invalid. This was just bad luck. This has benefited nobody. This was just some uncle who was like, this 10 rupee coin makes no sense. He said, if I was RBI, I would ban it. The other person read it as, RBI he is, and he's banned it. Went ahead. So now these are the kind of things that happen. And you know, honestly, like these things may seem funny, but what they have done in other countries which are developing, like the Rohingya crisis that happened, it is all because Facebook gave mobile phones with Facebook, where people were communicating freely and doing whatever they wanted. Anecdotal evidences became facts. More than 100, 200,000 people were dismissed because you gave internet in the hands of more than 4-5 million people with just Facebook, and they had 2 people in their policy department to check what is a fact and what is not a fact, and what is being passed on as fact and what is not being passed on as fact. So this thing can lead into like, you know, a life and death situation if not taken care of. So thank you so much. That's all I've got to say.
No, so you have a long list. Of course, this list is very, I mean, it can go into like a compendium. There are so many of them. I would like to end the session with Jayesh. At the end, you will reply and close it. But before that, I would like to give 30 seconds to each one of us to what do you think that we can go forward to regain our citizenship or internet at commons? Just one line, one
yes.
line or whatever. I mean, take 10 seconds, 15 seconds, but not more than that.
Sure. Just that I'm going to say something that takes off from what Sonia said earlier, and also what Mr. Ranjan said earlier in the day about agriculture. And Sonia said that our digital society lives within our wider society, and I want to add one line to that, and that existing power dynamics within our society will not be wished away by technology. And so there's something that I have seen happening to farmers, that they have no idea of how valuable their data is that's being handed over to companies that are offering AI in agriculture, machine learning in agriculture, in order to use that data to make predictions, and that power dynamics really should be part of policy making going forward.
Thank you, Sonia.
What I would say is that if there are many young people or older people or middle-aged people in the audience and you want to make a difference and you want to think about different changes, policy changes, always think about everyone. Never think that one solution is going to be enough for everyone. And think about who you want to target, think about who you really want to reach, and do something special for that group. Otherwise, not everyone is going to be enjoying something like this idea of a common internet around the world, because we are part of that exclusion. So don't be part of exclusion, and think about ways to bring more people that are excluded to be part of that common experience that we want to have.
Thank you. Shiv, what's your suggestion?
See, the broadband for all and the digital literacy should be made as a mission mode drive. That's my one take. And the connectivity should be a great focus, not only just the connectivity or the access, it should be a meaningful internet.
Kunal.
I think one nation, many languages, many cultures, and many cell phone networks, hopefully.
Yeah, Nikhil.
Yeah, I have one question, a challenge, and then a suggestion.
Yeah.
The question is, Rajasthan has given free mobile phones to 40 lakh women, and they're saying they're going to give it to 1 crore 35. Is that a freebie, or is it an essential service? Question. Second, and I would love to know from you what you all think,
Yeah.
say, particularly people in this room. Second, that I think there should, I've heard a lot of times, this idea of a right to internet law. This room, any technology is a force multiplier for existing power relationships, normally. Unless you have people proactively going around to make sure that force multiplier is for the excluded and marginalized. Can we have a right to internet that can be framed by people like us? Should there be one? And can we have one that can be framed by people like us so that it is working for the marginalized, for that it's working for the exploited? And the last, which I really think is a big exercise, but I think it should be done, is each one of our fundamental rights. Kunal, when we talk about diversity, when we talk about what our Constitution offers, whether it's the right to life or the right to food or the right to freedom of expression or the right to religion and religious expression, can we connect with each one of those rights and see how does digital medium help our citizenship? And how does it make sure that those that are preventing it are dismantled? That's a challenge, I think, before all of us. We should do that.
Yeah, so I would like Jayesh to take 2 minutes and reply the question that was posed to you, and also close the session.
Sure.
And we will have a release of books just
Thank
as
you.
a closer. Yeah.
So to give a very quick answer, we are actually doing so. So what we have decided, based on our actual experience of how people take to internet, we are setting up in every village what we call as DTCs, Digital Telangana Centers. These will be kiosks where the hardware will be provided by the government. And the amazing thing is that each kiosk will be run by a woman from the local community. And she will facilitate people who want to avail of any G2C services, any payments or anything, to get familiar with the use of technology, etc. And we have already done so in about 480 villages. And contrary to the belief that it will be difficult to find women and motivate them to take up this responsibility, it's completely different. You don't need very educated people. Even if you have some basic education, you can train them well, and it's not very difficult to master. It's working well. So completely agree with what you said, and we are actually doing so. And that is the way, that if you personally don't have that kind of confidence that you can master technology, some way of facilitating is always possible. But to kind of look at what everyone spoke about, there is obviously no denying that there is exclusion, there's lack of equitable access to devices, there is a tendency to be very authoritarian when it comes to controlling the internet. But the solutions are also possible. So I'll give a very quick example from Telangana. See, when demonetization was introduced 7 years ago, as all of us recall, common people faced lots of hardship in doing their regular transactions. So we decided to introduce a digital payment wallet, became the first state and possibly the only state to do so. Our digital wallets, so of course there is Paytm and Google Pay and so many other private wallets. We created a wallet which is called the T-Wallet. The beauty of T-Wallet is that you can use it on a smartphone, you can use it on a basic phone, and even if you don't have a phone, you can still use it. So we understood the reality that there'll be many people without any phones at all, but you can still use this wallet a digital wallet, even if you don't have anything. So that is the reality, and many of the things, many of the challenges which everyone has spoken about, they are real. So these are not imaginary. But I'm very, very sure that sooner than later, there'll be a technology solutions to it. So for example, migrant workers, Hyderabad also, Telangana also is a big recipient of migrant workers. Lots of workers come and work in our brick kilns. We are actually running a massive project for them right now. And if they can't go and change their Aadhaar, they can't change their address, they can't change their number, Aadhaar can come to them. There can be a technology which is just waiting to be discovered. And fortunately, we are hosting this convention, this summit rather, at a place where all such things are happening. There are hundreds of entrepreneurs just across this door who are actually waiting to understand what the problems are, what the challenges are, and the brilliant minds who are willing to provide solutions. We have evolved considerably. In fact, there were bigger challenges a couple of years ago, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. We don't talk about them because technology has risen to find solutions. And I'm very hopeful that that is how it will be.
Thank you very much. We are ready to release a couple of books, but to all of you, the reason I'm not coming to do a question and answer is because all this panel is available in this building and in this convention all the next 24 hours. They all are here. Anybody can approach them, talk to them, meet them. They are going to hang out here. Nobody is going anywhere. All of them are available. And all of you, please give a big hand to Telangana government and to Jayesh for hosting it. And, our hope from your government is that all the criticism that we have made, you have to show the example that none of them are actually being exercised here, and that is the expectation. And thank you very much for hosting here. Thank you very much. We have a few books here to release. And Amir, do you want to talk about one book? And I can. Okay, so there is a citizenship book and the research that CDPP has been doing, and the second edition is being planned to come out. And he was very keen that it is being released here. And this is the second. Okay, new challenges for Indian Muslims beyond citizenship concerns. So this is more indicative, but basically. And then, so this is a photo op. There is a session for all these 3 books that we are releasing. This is the photo op, and we are going to, this will be available for all of you to pick it up from the counter outside this room. And then there is very interesting book that we are releasing. This is an anthology on misinformation, fake news, and may I call Dushyant to come on the stage because he is the editor of this book along with me. When we started working on it, we didn't expect that it will be so good, but you must pick a copy of this. It's available in PDF and everything. This is an anthology written by about 12 people, and you must pick it up to. What you are hearing on the stage, it's all written here. Yeah, that's the second one. And this is the third one. And Jayesh is one of the chapter writers in this one, talking about AI and data justice. This is also available for you. All this is going to have a session, dedicated session. So you must attend those sessions. There are 35 sessions. These are going to be one of the sessions. This is about data justice that we are talking about, what Nikhil was talking about. हम suddenly Excel sheet से गायब हो जाते हैं, suddenly we are not there in the Excel sheet and we are dead as a pension seeker. And then these are the things that is discussed here, is that how we are making policies around data justice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Kids, okay, bring the kids. Okay, so there are some goodies for all the people. Where is Jenny?
She's right there.
Jenny, please come. Yeah.
You must come here.
Okay, so this is for you.
Oh, thank you.
No, Jenny.
Yeah.
You're the author.
Come. Anantu, come. take the book. To whom? Shiv, sir? Shiv, this is for you. You got it? Okay. For Kavita, did you get the bag? Okay, everybody has got the bag.
So, Kansha, announce the.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Is people taking photo with Jenny and Anantu? Yellow. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Akanksha, should we leave it to you? And can we walk out? Thank you.
So before we walk out, a couple of general announcements for everybody in the room. We
Okay.
have central Wi-Fi for everyone. The password is capital INNOVATION, innovation. I also want to say thank you everyone for joining us, to all the panelists and as well as the audience. You've been really lovely and this has been a great session. Thank you. Then,
Osama took the name of the book and then he said Dushyant has edited it. As you will see on the book, his name is there. He has done most of the work, but it's very typical Osama to not take his own name and give credit to somebody else. So yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
yes. Okay. So right now we are going to be leaving the room and exiting to the space outside for a walkway of the exhibition called the Museum of Digital Society. To do that, can I please ask Osama sir to stay on the stage? And exhibition launch is happening now. Okay. Can I also ask Srinivas Rao, who's the CEO of T-Hub? They've been lovely to us as hosts. Can you please come on the stage? Okay. Please, yes, please.
Good morning.
The real host.
Thank you for being here. And first of all, Osama ji, thank you for putting up this Digital Citizen Summit here. I think so nice to see such a large gathering and wish you and the team all the very best. I hope you mentioned 35 sessions. I hope it will lead to some really meaningful outcomes and look forward to implementing some of what you're going to tell us, right? So thank you.
Thank you, MSR sir. Can I also please ask Ms. Deepti Ravula to come on the stage? She's the CEO of VHub and we're going to be having a session with them later. But can we have her on the stage for the exhibition launch? Deepti ji, aa jaye.
ओके कोई उठना नहीं चाह रहा है सो अगर आप लोग उठेंगे नहीं तो हम यहाँ से माइक से हटेंगे नहीं एंड देन एग्जीबिशन विल नॉट बी ओपन बट जस्ट टू लेट यू नो we have another legend here called Saeed Akhtar Mirza, who has made many films like Nukkar Serial, and there will be a session by him in the evening before dinner, so always remember. But he is around here and he says that he is here to learn from the modern people or the 21st century people, but please meet him and talk to him. Thank you.
इसके बाद 12 बजे से है ना, सबको पता है।
Should we send people to 10th floor?
Okay, everyone, can I please have your attention for 1 minute? So this is the exhibition space that we've created about the Museum of Digital Society. Okay, after this, we have about 20 minutes to look at the museum. After this, we'll be starting our parallel workshops that are happening across the 5th floor, 10th floor, and the 6th floor. On the 5th floor, in parallel room 1, we have a session called Going the Extra Mile. On the 5th floor, parallel room 2, which is we have a workshop called Peeking into the Future of Development. On the 10th floor, the third parallel workshop is happening titled Why is Evidence Important? And on the 6th floor, we have a Tech for Good MXR event hosted by MXR World and DEF. After
Yeah, Shava. Now that you're here, we'll start. I know, I know.
Hello. Yeah, do we have Mr. Hanuman Chaudhary? Yeah, okay, okay. No, isn't both. So, yeah, so I think we'll be starting soon. So, thank you for joining us in the parallel room 1. So, we'll be having our discussion Going the Extra Mile by Broadband India Forum. So, for the first session, we would like to invite Broadband India Forum. This session is hosted by BIF. So, BIF is a policy forum and think tank that work to enhance the potential of the entire ecosystem to deliver broadband across the whole India. Today, they will discuss the last mile and connectivity, innovation, and policies India. So, for the spirit of time, I think we should all maintain that everything goes to schedule. Now, I would like to request Mr. T. Hanuman Chaudhary to take it forward with the session. So, please. Can we have all the panelists also on the stage? Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu, Dr. Madhuri Dubey, Ramakrishna Nelly, and K.K. Thakur.
Sujata, she will help you. But we can't see that one. It is already there. No, it is true, but I can't see that one, no?
You will have to stand there and here you can sit, sir. Sir, please sit.
I'm sorry, my back may be to you. I am Dr. Hanuman Chaudhary. I've been in the telecommunications for decades. I am now a TCS fellow. I'm very, very happy to be with you. Namaskar first. Namaskar. Say namaskar. Not good morning or good afternoon, because now it is past 12. But some people may say good morning. But if you say namaskar, it is all-time greeting. I start with that one. Next one, Sujata. International Telecommunications Union represents the 182 countries in the world. There is a Secretary General. 17th of May is observed as World Telecom and Information Society Day. She sent a message. In that message, the idea was that there are least developed countries, LDCs, the benefits of telecommunications, broadband, digitalization, etc., should go to all the least developed countries. I responded by contextualizing her message, saying in each country also there are least developed areas and least developed people. For them something should be done. What should be done? I submitted to our Prime Minister, make it a social welfare measure. Special allocation from corporate social responsibility contributions of IT and telecom companies, and a countrywide skill development and smartphone gifting organization. So if this is done, it will be like universalization like air and water. Next one. Internet is the basis, is the repository of the world's knowledge. Whosoever has got access, he gets empowered. when Mahatma Gorbachev, I call him, I met him, when he opened the internet for the Soviet Union, that was the beginning of the doom of the dictatorship in that country. Now, broadband telecoms from anywhere at any time to everyone at affordable prices, that is what is important, affordable prices. Blocking internet to control the country's volatility, any movement, etc., that shows how important that is. Next one. Now, rapid growth of speed of transmission, the generations, the time between two generations is collapsing. Now we are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5G is being deployed. At the same time, 6G is getting developed. It is a revolution in the speed and the amount of information that is delivered in a given time. Next one. Now, broadband in Bharat, subscribers are 868 million people. 868 million people with broadband. Subscribers, a share of telephones, 74% of those who have got a telephone are having access to the broadband. Broadband subscribers, their population is 62. We have got 1400 million people, 62% of them are having access to the broadband, are already using broadband. Distribution between rural and urban is not given by the TRAI, I have asked for it. My guess is it is less than 10% in the rural subscribers. In the 1990s, broadband was just 64 kbps, whereas now it is Mbps and Gbps. Next one. I am giving this background because without the telecom density, without a telecom network and a broadband network, what all we are talking will not have any meaning. Teledensity in Bharat is 84.59, urban is 133. In Delhi, it is about 300. That means each person is having more than 3 telephones. And the rural is 57.83. For rural is 67% of India's population is rural, but the rural telephone density is 57.3. The next one. Previous one. The lowest density is for Bihar. Oh, it is in the next one, to show you the next one. In the urban is 133. That means more people are having more than one telephone. So Bihar has got the lowest in India, 55.98, and Delhi has got the highest, 273 point. Next state is Kerala has got. These are things what are called the Bimaru states, the North Indian states like Uttar Pradesh and Madhya Pradesh, etc. They have got low density, whereas you come down to the south, the telephone density goes on increasing. Next one. How much are people spending upon using the telecommunication? And the average revenue per user per month, that is the index of affordability. It is, as you can see, 140 rupees for the entire Bharat, but for RGO it is 181. Yesterday only I got the figure for Airtel, it is more than 200. Now BSNL has got the lowest, but it is a people's telephone. Prepaid, that is the index of the whether poor people have got or not. Per day, the wages are 600 rupees, whereas what they are spending is 58 rupees. So, next one. Now, active subscribers, the BSNL, the Bharat average out of the 85 point density, 91.3% are active for the whole of India. For the private telephone, because it is more than 95, my friends, BSNL, MTNL may note, it is as low as 55%. The BSNL is indebted to the extent of 90,000 crores. It is the accumulated losses of the MTNL 40,000. And Vodafone, which accumulated losses are 210,000 crores. 35% of its of this capital is owned by the DOT now. Government infusion of money into MTNL and BSNL, 210,000 crores. Government owns 33% of Vodafone. That is India's loss-making company. Next one. broadband to rural areas. We have got 250,000 village panchayats. The villages themselves may be about 600,000, but they are grouped into 250,000 panchayats. Funding Government of India has started this business in 2014 or even earlier, devoted to states. It is and a special purpose vehicle called the Bharat Broadband Limited. Some states like Andhra Pradesh, they have started earlier. They were hanging the optical fiber cable on the electricity poles. The one then they are getting cut. And some states are having underground, and some states are having, like Tamil Nadu, underground as well as overhead. That shows the reliability. If it is underground, it is mostly reliable. If it is above ground, it is as reliable as our electricity supply. Overhead networks unreliable because of cable snapping very often. And in the offing, this is most important. Elon Musk, he is going to deploy hundreds of satellites in the low orbits, and that will cover all the 3.2 million square kilometers of our country. That is what is in the offering. We'll have all mile, not merely last mile, but all mile broadband connectivity. Next one. National Optical Fiber Network. It was launched in 2011 at a cost of 139,000 rupees. And it is getting implemented. Somewhere it is done very well. In some other states it is not being done. And the BBL itself has subcontracted it to half a dozen fellows like ITI and PGCL and so on and so forth. So, and we are also having the FTTH, which will give us tremendous amount of broadband. Already 684,000 of them are commissioned. Next one. That is the number of homes having. Finally, telecom services are cheapest in Bharat in the world. We are cheapest in the world. Our per capita income is 1,80,000 rupees, whereas per telephone expenditure on the average is only 2,000 rupees. In 1994, the per capita income was 10,000. The telephone was also 10,000. That's how we had a telephone density of only one telephone for 100 people in 1994. Since once we have got the national telecom policies. The national telecom policies unleashed competition by private companies. That's why prices are coming. Now, regulation can be charged. What? This is the campaign that I am doing. Who is generating this spectrum? Not government. How can then it auction when it does not produce, when it does not own the? Now we are using sunlight to produce electricity. Is sunlight being auctioned? I am campaigning that there should be no auctioning of the spectrum. Only regulation can be charged. If that is so, the prices will further come down. And just like water now, of course, water is being given free in my state, that is Telangana. It will be almost free. So friends, so Bharat on way to becoming information knowledge society. Broadband will be everywhere. And if the special purpose, that is if the CSR is utilized to give a smartphone for every person who has not got it, and if they are skilled, just like our skill development corporation of the government, then we will be going into, can be a democracy of the people, by the people, for the people. Now we'll have 4 of our colleagues presenting their views as to what they think, how broadband can be unleashed so that everybody can afford. Each one will get 10 minutes, and after that, a few questions, if there is time, we will take them. Dhanyavad. Now, first one person. Who is the first person to speak?
Yeah, I think we can move forward with Dr. Sarat Chandra Babu, Chairman BIF Committee on Cybersecurity, to share his insights on last mile connectivity.
You say a few words about yourself so that everybody knows.
Good morning, sir. Chairman, sir. It's a pleasure to be joining in this panel as you are chairman. It's well known in telecom industry of India, and I'm very happy to have the luminaries of panel members. I'm very happy to be part of this summit and be part of this to share a few views. And the sessions that I have gone through is really quite energetic in the morning session, 2-hour session. And the views expressed and the information that was given was very valuable. I've just been working in Ministry of Electronics quite some time back, and before that I was at REC Warangal as a faculty, Indian Telephone Industries Bangalore as a R&D engineer, and recent times in CDAC and Society for Electronic Transactions and Security in the areas of cybersecurity. So this suggestion given to me in the panel is to talk something about secure, safe use of broadband internet for the underprivileged. That is the title that was given to me. As part of each member was given one title. So I think the sir has given an excellent presentation of the statistics over the period of last few decades and what is present as well. And he ended with saying that instead of last mile, all miles. So that's a very good message. And we have been talking about computer for all, internet for all. And today's situation, while we talk about internet for all, we also have to look at internet has created a wonderful opportunity to every one of us. As in the previous session, we have got certain facts. We know that there are a lot of underprivileged people who are not getting either the instrument, that means an access, or it is not affordable, or it is not available. One is, one is the cost, that is purchasing a device is a difficult thing. And even if I buy a device, then the access to that internet access to the remote village or nook and corner, it's a bit challenging thing. And COVID time, it is thanks to COVID in one sense that we were able to use the technology for the options of the schools, etc. Then online education, online health, everything online happened. That has happened because of the penetration that happened to the extent possible, though there were weaknesses, as somebody said, that if I want to have an access, I have to go and stand somewhere. Some in villages, children, they have to climb the trees and get connected to the internet. So these kind of examples we have seen. So these are all fine. It's a good thing, and this kind of continuous growth we'll see. India is a big country, definitely with multiple languages. Language is another aspect, and because a lot of content which is to be used should be available in all Indian languages. Okay? That is, a lot of work is happening in that, but at the same time, it's not that everything is available. I have seen some people, they're not very good in using mobile, but when a smartphone is given, somehow they enter into the YouTube easily, but then they keep watching the programs. So there is a curiosity. Curiosity will win over the weaknesses of ignorance of using technology. If they are interested that there is a valuable content, they will go for it. It's all fine. What I am looking at is, so every day we listen to some attack or other, not necessarily from the gullible, ignorant or illiterate people. It is even the literate people, they get carried away. There's a lot of social engineering attacks happening. We know a lot of technological attacks, cyber attacks are happening, phishing attacks, malware attacks, right? Recently, very widely, organizations to the nation everywhere, ransomware attacks. We know AIMS attack has happened, which is taken on me. And a lot of our data is going into the dark web, where it is being used for different purposes. So this is a kind of an environment. Attacks innumerable, because attacker can find one door from many available doors and he can attack. Whereas a defender has to find which door it is. There are so many possible doors. So how to close it, one after the other. So attacker defending is a kind of a game, how fast one can close and how fast one can open. So these are the things. And thanks to AI technology, it is giving a lot of opportunity to do many things which we are not otherwise able to do. The drug discovery we can do, molecular modeling we can do, many things we can do. Genome sequencing you can do. For everything AI can be done. Same thing, hacker is also using AI. And one side we can use AI for identifying quickly the attacks. And the other side, AI can be used by attacker to do he can identify what defensive techniques you have used on the network and how to, he can find a new path. Okay, for that he can use AI. So technology is a double-edged sword, and here it is being used. So in this kind of an environment, you talk about any technology, the technology, IoT, Internet of Things we talk about. Today everything is connected to Internet. So it is things, people, everyone is connected, so Internet of everything. That's what is the, now we are talking about. But the problem once again is, how do you make sure that it is secure and safe? So for that, a lot of opportunities, the government is also working, and many civil society agencies are working, and private industry is working. And if I know a very good program by the Ministry of Electronics and IT which has come up is Information Security Education and Awareness, ISEA program. Under that, they have made a lot of content available. They have addressed all sections of, all walks of people, including the housewives, and to address the rural communities and all that, they have put it into the local languages, the content. Content is available free, anybody can download. Schools can download them and put them in their schools, like brochures, posters, everything talking about, for example, there will be stories, small video clips, and so on and so forth. So the, that kind of, that addresses certain section of people. I mean, let us say they have conducted around, they have reached around 10 lakh people till now. There is through that program, which is given by all NITs, all IITs, and all Métis society centers, they are all doing it. And they are also spreading it through the common service centers and so on and so forth. So this is one way. That is, awareness is an important thing, because many people, because once I see something, some message comes to me that your bank account is getting closed unless you share your KYC immediately, it will come on a number. It is not even on the regular bank thing. But you are worried that something is going to happen, you will share. So, and immediately you start losing things. So by the time you realize your entire bank account is closed. This happened to many educated people. So for that, there's a lot of awareness is required. We need to, I think single point thing is the awareness. So we have to focus on creating the awareness. Technology is there and everything, but see that how we reach every walk of life. With this, I'll just conclude. If there is an opportunity, I'll come back.
Thank you. When Rama was there, there was Ravana. When Krishna was there, there is Narakasura. Evil and good have always been existing side by side. Therefore, if the internet and broadband, etc., they can promise all type of information very freely, at the same time, there will be hackers and who will fish out everything also. So it is a constant struggle between evil and good. We only hope that good will prevail. Next one, sir. We will have some questions at the end, that's why we are.
Yeah. So now we move to Dr. Madhuri Dubey, the founder and director of National Skill Network. Ma'am, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, the organizers, BIF, for giving me this opportunity, and I'm very fortunate to be sharing the panel with Chairman Sir. And I am working in the area of creating awareness, supporting advocacy for skill development and entrepreneurship. And our organization is 8 years old now. And I can vouch for it that, like Chairman Sir said, internet is like water and air. If there was no internet, we would not have existed as National Skills Network. We completely depend on the internet. And my talk or my points are going to focus more on how with internet, with good broadband connectivity, we can address some very crucial and critical issues when it comes to developing the villages and providing employment for youth particularly who need to migrate otherwise to cities, and in most cases this migration is very stressed and forced migration which doesn't lead to sustainable jobs. So in this kind of system, we need to look at two important areas. One is the need to skill youth with the right skills which can get them jobs which are connected with telecom industry. And as we know today, telecom industry works in the intersection of electronics and IT, and there are many other industries as well. So how do we do this? So as per some of the studies which we have done from our organization, we see that there is a huge scope for entrepreneurship in the villages. Currently, India has something like 6.4 or 6.5 lakh villages. And most of them are already leveraging the broadband to create and sustain livelihoods through initiatives like being village level entrepreneurs and setting up CSCs, for instance. And this is one good example, and I can vouch for our own state, Telangana, where with Me Seva, e-governance has taken roots in the depth of the district, along with Andhra Pradesh. So this is one model, and people who want to set up franchises of similar government initiatives have a huge potential to earn a decent livelihood. So, for example, if you just browse YouTube, any videos, today there's ample information, people talking about how to set up a center like a CSC or a Me Seva or anything, provide services, and at the same time, charge people with very small amount. So just to give you briefly, these services are very crucial, right from Aadhaar card, which is our digital identity, and this is synonymous with digital public infrastructure in India, the DPI initiative, right? So right from there to enrollments to anything you name, most of the people in villages will depend on government services, and the importance of broadband is even more there, because if we provide them good broadband at reasonable prices, they need not migrate, as I said, and pick up jobs which may not interest them and come to the cities. They can set up these centers, small centers, and earn at least, as far as my knowledge goes, up to 25 to 35,000 per month. And government also, pays them commission for each enrollment. So this is one model which is working. And there are initiatives like Adani's, have tied up for this VLE scheme to help many villages in India to be a part of BharatNet and, try their hands at entrepreneurship. Another important initiative with broadband scope for entrepreneurship is the setting up of the infrastructure itself. We take the people from the villages and help them become entrepreneurs. Let's assume the broadband cable has to be laid. Right from there, there is scope for entrepreneurship. It could be as simple as digging things or, laying the cable and all. So this is the entrepreneurship side, which apparently has a huge scope, which is yet to be utilized. And as Sir was saying, awareness is the key word here. How do we prepare them? How do we make them aware? So now, besides this, if you look at the big picture, today we have platforms like ONDC, the Open Digital Network for E-commerce, right? Now, how do you provide access to the people in villages and rural areas? Let's say, for example, they are very good craftspeople. There are women, okay? There are women self-help groups. Like it happened in China, most of them had amazing connectivity, and that is how they could expand their networks and create an e-marketplace. And the last point which I would like to speak about is, when we are talking about the scope here, the need for skilling becomes very important. And when skilling in telecom sector is the focus area, there is this Telecom Sector Skill Council from the Skill India initiative, and there is Electronic Sector Skill Council. They have come up with job roles, they have come up with descriptions for various job roles. So once you set up the infrastructure, you need people to take care of it, like maintain the towers or maintain whatever infrastructure is needed for the telecom. So this is something which is as per the job roles, and this is available, information is available on the Telecom Sector Skill website. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we move forward to Ramakrishnan Nelly. So,
Yeah, before they put on the presentation, so I am Ramakrishnan Nelli. I am working as Principal General Manager in BSNL at present. I belong to ITS, Indian Telecom Service, 1991 batch. So the thing is, as ma'am has told me, Seva, that is a digital transformation, what we talk about. So when I have to take the birth certificate of my daughter, who is born in Kakinada, I have to go to Kakinada all the way and I have to take that. Once the records are digitized, any Me Seva center I can go, simply I can take the printout. Just before this, I would like to welcome the BF team and the delegates for this. And in the next 10 minutes, I'll be talking on public Wi-Fi for the digital transformation of rural and underprivileged. So this is what I am going to talk. And on this, first I'll talk on the digital transformation. In the digital transformation, so we can look at in the digital transformation, one is the precision agriculture, earth observation and analysis, aqua farming, animal husbandry, skill development. So ma'am has already talked about skill development and how it will help self-help groups. And in the farmers, when I visited some villages in Anantapur, so there were some self-help groups. They were talking about the water availability. They are monitoring the groundwater availability. When the groundwater is depleting, so they want to preserve, they are just advising the farmers not to go for the water intensive crops, they are asking them to go for other crops, millets and other things. So now in this, now the data is only limited to that place. But if the data is collected somewhere and centrally it is kept, and it can be given, all the people can be given the things, then how we have to collect? We have to keep the IoT devices, we have to take the measurements and then record and put the logs. So this is one thing. Then we can monitor the farm water levels and soil testing, and then temperature of the soil and what is the soil pH and which crops are best suited for that area. And if suppose at some place, if someone is doing good with the similar kind of things, okay, we can tell the other man also, other places where it is coming, yes, this is where you can do this. That is how we can give the skill, knowledge sharing also. And then once we look at the earth observation analysis, aqua farming and animal husbandry, in all these things, once you look at, there are n number of use cases for each and everything. Next. So other than this, now we have other areas like telemedicine, e-education, crime control. Now every father, parent wants his child to be in a world-class school. If the school is coming everywhere using the tele-education, then there is no need for the people to come and concentrate at urban areas only. Even rural also we can send this. Then how we can do this? Then there is a connectivity is required. And how the connectivity can be there? It can be a wide connectivity, wireless connectivity, or a mobile data, or public hotspots. Once we are looking at all these things, if the exchanges or the everything has to be done, license fee has to be there, and so much cost is involved over there. So when we look at this Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is the cheapest mode. It allows you the mobility, it will give you the flexibility, and it is a cost effective. All the three are there in Wi-Fi. When in Wi-Fi it is there, then the question will come, yes, already I am having the broadband connection at my home and I am having the Wi-Fi router. I am having the mobile, and with mobile hotspot I can do this. Then how come this Wi-Fi is differentiated? Next. So when we look at, this is one of the statistics when we had taken, 51% of the people are comfortable in using the Wi-Fi. When compared to 2017, when it is growing up in 2022, 51% people are, it means the Wi-Fi is a technology where the people are having the comfort to use. This is the second point. Next. And this is where how many people are having the connectivity for the internet and other things. When we look at the India, so 72% people, urban male, are having the internet usage, whereas the urban female are around 52, and rural male is around 48, and the rural female is around 24. So then, what is the reasons? Next. The reasons may be, for the Wi-Fi, if I look at, that's a commercial viability. If I am having a mobile, if I take mobile, I can only use, I can't give it to others. if I am giving it a hotspot to others, then I have to be present there. Or if I am taking the FTTH connection or broadband connection, in my home only I can use, it can't be used by others. And then the second thing is affordability. Even if the broadband connection is coming around 600, 700 rupees minimum per month. And then person house centric, and fourth is the digital divide. So the government of India is bringing so many things, and it has opened up all the sector, all telecom sector also for the private. When I look at Reliance has Jio, after coming around 2 lakh crores they have pumped in for the infrastructure development. Similarly, Vodafone Idea has pumped in, and Bharti Airtel has pumped in more than 1 lakh crore, but BSNL has pumped in 7,000 crore only so far. Now the government is giving boost to BSNL. But even then also, if you see that, so as Hanuman Chaudhary Sahab is telling, there is a digital divide between urban and rural. Complete digital divide is there. So when urban density is very high and digital gap is more than 75% digital gap is there, when urban and rural, once I am talking. This is especially with respect to the broadband. So when all these things are there, then the question will come, okay, Wi-Fi, then which type of Wi-Fi require? So there we require public Wi-Fi. The public Wi-Fi is nothing but the community oriented. That is a community. It is belong to the community. It means anyone in the public, they can use that. As Hanuman Chaudhary Sahab is telling, if the government is bringing in a regulation saying that, okay, in the corporate social responsibility, they can adopt a village and give these public Wi-Fi hotspots and everything, that also will boost this public Wi-Fi in a much more phase. Next. So this is all for the public Wi-Fi, what are the advantages? So bridging the digital divide, citizen participation, seamless connectivity, another two. Promoting interoperability, safe and secure cyberspace. If I am having a connectivity with me, connection with me, whether it's safe or secure, I have to take the antivirus and everything. In public Wi-Fi, and centrally if it is secured, everything else is secured. That is one key advantage. For sustainable development goals, this is one thing. Next. So this is the public Wi-Fi hotspots. It is increasing from 2017, 124 to 549 in 2022 millions of hotspots it is coming. So in Asia Pacific is the leading 45% of the public Wi-Fi hotspots are there. Yes, next. So this is the BSNL, what BSNL is doing in, I am from BSNL, at present represent BSNL. So just I want to say about BSNL. So we have already installed 38,000 hotspots, 40,000 APS, and all these statistics are there. Next. So these are all the steps we have taken for the Wi-Fi deployments from the BSNL side, and from next. So I'll quickly give one use case where it has been given. So when government of India has understood the importance of the internet, they have come out with the NDCP, new that is the Digital Communication Policy, 2018, where 1 Gbps, the 50 Mbps broadband connection is issued to each and every citizen of India. That is what they have come. So with, go back. Yeah. So as part of this, BSNL Telangana Circle, they have partnered with one village called Chimaldari Gram Panchayat in Vikarabad district. So there, as part of that, they have installed 36 cameras, CC cameras and 6 Wi-Fi hotspots. Then CSC is opened. One DSA has been enrolled. It means the employment also has been generated. Next is Panchayat is enrolled as a tip. Whatever revenue is generated from that village, 50% of the revenue is going to the village itself. This is the second point. Next. And then for the OLT with 1 GB backhaul is installed. Aadhaar service camera is opened. Earlier the people were coming for even for other services things, they have to come to the city, towns. Now sitting at their comfort of their home, now they can do this work. Then distance education. In ZPS, they have already started the tele-education. Whatever is available today in Hyderabad schools, the same thing is available for the schools over there in the Chimadari village. Next, these are some of the photographs that we have shown. Yeah. Next. Yeah, this is the surveillance. Go back. This is the surveillance of the CCTV monitoring. They have installed the CCTV cameras and then they are keeping centralized surveillance. Next. Yeah, these are the agricultural e-farming, what they are doing, and what is the pricing and all this weather forecast market and all these things they are getting. Next. These are self-help groups, what madam is telling. The public Wi-Fi hotspots are there. One WhatsApp group has been made. Now all the ladies in the village, now they are having the free Wi-Fi, free internet. They are able to communicate with each other. That is a better communication. Next, this is the e-learning. In the school, they are giving the, yes, over. Yeah, go back. This is the one thing. So this is the public distribution system. Whether the government schemes are being properly implemented or not, yes, that is also being monitored. So like this, many use cases are there. So my time is over. Sorry, sir, for taking a little more time. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. So at last we have Mr. K.K. Thakur, advisor to Global Cyber Peace Foundation and ex-chief general manager of BSNL. Over to you, sir.
I think namaskar only is a good, yes, namaskar to all. And pranam to our T.H. Chaudhary Sahab, our telecom guru, telecom expert. And from when I had joined as ITS, as Ramakrishna told, so I had heard him in our training center. And from that onwards, when I joined Hyderabad, I've been listening him or meeting him. He's a great scientist for the telecom. And this now Telangana, earlier Andhra as a whole, when there was really telecom development and how, so BSNL was really being used very effectively and now also being used, and as Ramakrishna has given. So for a last speaker, it's difficult as well as very good also, because most of the things are already covered, so I can say these are already covered. And whatever I can add, of course I can add. So instead of going for, though my presentation is there, but instead of going for presentation, I like to talk about my experience and how things have come in rural. One thing you must have heard about when Sir was, of course, there, when STD booths had started. How many of you remember the start of STD booth? That time, for getting a STD call, people used to think of. But when STD booth started, it started spreading. There was really demand, really people have started coming up. And that time only, there was some development. Our CDOT had developed some rural exchanges, and we took electronic exchanges to the rural places. We increased our presence, and the STD booth had brought a real growth in the economy. People have seen that telecom bringing growth in the society, then society bringing growth in the telecom. And as sir was telling, it was 1%, initially we used to calculate on 1,000. Per 1,000, how many telecom connection is there? Then it came to 100, and now we are crossing the population, the number of connections. So that time we have seen how initially it was costly things. People used to think, itna call kyun, itna paisa lagega. Then people used to queue when in the night time 1/4 rate and other things, people used to queue up. Slowly, when telecom was liberalized and cost started coming down, of course there are thoughts whether cost has come down because of BSNL or because of competition. It is really the competition which has brought the cost. But of course, to stabilize it, that private should not exploit the people, BSNL has been also maintaining some level of that. But overall, because of competition only, and because of competition and opening up the this one, new technology has come. I had the opportunity to work when manual exchange was there, when you used to say number please. I don't know any of you know about that or not. Then there was crossbar, Stauser crossbar, analog E10B and all. Now, of course, soft switches are there. And as sir told, we are, of course, BSNL is still to give 4G or 5G, but already we are ready with 4G, and 5G also will be coming soon. and we are talking about 6G. Telecom, one experience of what I wanted to share actually, when I was in last 5 years, I worked as a CGM in Jharkhand Circle. And of course, Telangana also had received a government initiative was there for the left-wing extremism areas, LWE. I don't know how many of you might have heard about the LWE towers. So Telangana got a lot of, this one is Telangana, I'm telling, Telangana also, but Jharkhand was the highest. And when I had joined, there was a lot of bureaucratic hurdles in really implementation of that. And I had the opportunity, we talked to many people. Initially there was resistance from the extremism groups. People used to fear how it will be installed or not, how much will be the revenue and all. And by the time we have completed, revenue has increased so much. Of course, Jharkhand got many times award also for telecom growth, what we used to calculate in our inside the BSNL. So we have seen by the time these LW towers are installed and people have communicated, now those areas have become more comfortable. Even extremists may also may be using our telecom service, but those areas have now, even private companies are willing to install their racks, towers there. And we can go to even further rural areas also. So what actually I was trying to, madam was telling about skilling, and sir was telling about that security, and of course Chaudhary Sahab has already initially has given all the calculation how a support is required to really start the things, and then later people become more sustainable. So even I'm doing one research on this one for a PhD course on how it can be made viable. Everybody talks about taking telecom to the rural, but nobody is taking really telecom to the rural in the willingly. Then we have to either put as a condition, as it has been kept in the Telecom Commission rules, and for that people you are willing to pay the money, but they are not taking to the real rural areas. And now, as I said, we are going to have a satellite-based almost full coverage of all the difficult areas and rural areas. We are very hopeful that telecom will reach each and every corner. It has to have some support, some CSR way or in the government support, whatever way is there. Initially, support is required, but it has got potential to become self-sustaining in a very short time to come. So that way I just wanted to wish that I was told take the telecom to the rural or difficult areas. It will reach because of its own potential, but there is required, support is required from government or corporates, and that is going on. So thank you for giving me opportunity, sir, to speak. And I am really privileged to be with you and listen to you and other speakers. Thank you, BFI also. Yes, thank you, sir.
Different aspects of providing broadband and basic communication, etc., has been touched by all the four speakers. If there are a few questions, it would be a great pleasure to have them answered. Yes, sir. Sharp. Absolutely, it is updated. It is getting updated every year, almost every year. Yes, wonderfully well. The Telecom Regulatory Authority of India is publishing the figures every year, every month. They are most up to date. What I have presented and what my colleagues have presented over here, From that you can get, there is a tremendous amount of things happening. With the RGO coming in, it is a disruptive expansion of telecommunications all over India, and affordability also. For affordability, the ARPU for the BSNL prepaid, who pays prepaid? The Mazdoors that are working in the home, they are prepaid. 45 rupees is the average. That shows how many poor people are using the telephone. Any other questions, sir? Our government is doing wonderfully well. The Telecom Regulatory Authority and TTSAT, I'm proud I have created them. Somebody else is. Yes, sir, somebody else?
Yeah,
Yes?
my question is that just recently Prime Minister of India announced the 100 5G labs in 100 campuses, and my campus, University of Hyderabad, one of them. So I have seen that note also. There was other player, private sectors player were involved in that, but there was no BSNL. So what is the roadmap of the BSNL in 5G or 6G technology?
Why talk of BSNL? BSNL is just only 8.59% of the connections. It is the private companies, RGO and the Airtel. They are taking the telephones everywhere because they have got an interest in making money. They are making money. Whereas the BSNL is losing money, as I told you, 90,000 crores is what is accumulated losses are. And every month about 1 million telephones are being lost by BSNL. And that much is the gain for the private companies. Why private companies are gaining? Because they are giving better service. He has been working. Conceived, not delivered. Conceived, not delivered. When private companies are deploying 5G, who is going to take 4G? And when will it come? Anyway, let's not go into that one. Now, if there is any other question, I want to make some observations. Yes, sir.
This is Divakar with Avishkar Soft Labs. Sir, in the previous session, the speaker was mentioning that it is only 30% of the women internet users in India. But actually, I have just checked that in 2022, the new internet subscribers who has come on, 57% are women. And by 2025, we have 65% of women who are the new subscribers. But further to that, we have any initiatives that we can take that so many women subscribers come on to the internet usage?
Nobody need you have to incentivize them. All educated women are using that one. Nowadays, just as water is essential, people think that the telephone is essential, and it is happening like that one. Now what we have to see is, they are the lowest prices in the world. Telecom prices are the lowest prices. When 45 rupees per month, that is the spending, whereas 600 rupees per day is the major rate. So that means everybody is having, and I want to tell you, when the public telephone, first of all, the telecom situation was apply, no reply. Now, from the 1970s, I have certain slogans. घर घर में रेडियो, गांव गांव में टेलीफोन, हाथ हाथ में टेलीफोन, गांव गांव में इंटरनेट. All these have been achieved by demonopolizing the telecom, by allowing the private sector to come into with competition with the new technologies. For example, when a public telephone used to be in a post office, which was working for 3 hours, I removed them and put them in the village grocer. There was competition between the grocers in the village, give me one, give me one. And similarly, public telephone for Langda fellows, that means physically disabled people. About 1 million people were employed. With that, and we upgraded that public telephone when the internet came, when all other facilities could be given to that one. Therefore, it is the entry of the private sector and competition regulated, etc., that has brought down the prices tremendously. Now what is necessary is, it can be further, it should be treated as a welfare measure. So many things are being given free. In Andhra Pradesh, everything is panchuru, giving. 80% of the homes are getting 48,000 rupees per year into their bank accounts, just like that one. Now, similarly, telephone, broadband telephone, if business can be outsourced to Hyderabad for America, why cannot the business be outsourced from Hyderabad to my village? So that question, the answer was take telecom, take broadband, and enable them. People, if we have experimented in Andhra Pradesh, in a village, about 300 people were not asked to come here. They were working from the homes. Now, during this COVID, education was delivered on by telecommunications. Is it not? Working from home, is it not happening there? So this delivered in their homes, and the mothers are supervising. It's a great, wonderful thing has happened. So telecommunications, just like air, it should be everywhere, and it should be affordable. That's what the government of India and the competitors, that's what they are doing. Now there is going to be a disruptive thing now. RGO is going to come, Reliance is going to come with iPhones to be made in India, and which are costing now about 50,000, 80,000 will come down to about 80,000 rupees, 8,000 rupees. So things are happening. It's very, very optimistic situation that we are having in India. And as I have proposed, and I wish, because the truth, Satyameva Jayate, the truth shall triumph. The radio spectrum should not be auctioned. Government is getting 1,50,000 rupees by auctioning. Suppose that 1,50,000 is not there, the prices will come down very much. So that's sunlight is not auctioned to produce electricity. And who is producing the radio spectrum? The private company is producing and using it again and again and again. So where is it? Only regulation should be charged. So if these things are carried out, I am sure that the broadband will be available everywhere. And like if Elon Musk satellite will come and it is going to be permitted, then whole entire country will have broadband. I will leave it at that one. I feel fulfilled. I am 93 years young, and I am going to live for 100 years to see that everybody will get broadband. Everywhere, from everywhere, anywhere, at any time. That will be the communication. Ronald Reagan said you can run, but you can't escape. That's because of the satellite. You can run, but you cannot escape. Similarly, wherever you are, you will be able to communicate. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful session. I would like to thank all the panelists for joining the session. I hope everyone had something to take on from this session. Now we'll be breaking for the lunch. So those who have food coupons, they move to that side part of the hall. We have escorts available there. They will guide you to the venue. And those who don't have any food coupon, they can explore the tea hub cafeteria at the 5th floor, at the ground floor. Then we'll meet at 2 for our lightning talk with famous author and social activist Harsh Mandarji. So I'll see you around at 2. Thank you. Thank you so much. So welcome everyone from to our next session. I hope everyone had a great lunch, and I also hope they are not feeling any sleepy anymore. Uh, if you all are, we have a great lightning session ahead by none other than Mr. Harsh Mandarji. So before moving on to our next session, I would like to invite Mr. Harsh Mander, famous author, columnist, researcher, and a social activist. He will be speaking, enlightening us on the topic, We the Digital Citizens of India. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. I would like you to please come on stage and start with the session. Thank you.
Friends, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me here. I feel a little bit of an interloper in this meeting because I'm not tech phobic. I recognize and acknowledge the potential of digital technology. Both for the good and for the bad, as we'll be seeing in our next panel discussion. But what I thought I'd talk to you about very briefly in the 15 minutes I have is how does your work, our work around digital inclusion interface with the promises that we, the people of India, made in the writing of our constitution. And you might wonder, why are we suddenly talking about the constitution? I think, and the answer to that is because we should have been doing this all of the last 75, 76 years. And also because it is, it's not hidden from anyone that our country is in the deepest turmoil. But what is the contestation that is unfolding in our country? What is the battle about? The battle is about, on the one hand, what I would call the foundational idea of our country, and the other is about the morality of our constitution. And both of these are closely interrelated. What was the foundational idea of independent India? It was the idea of equal citizenship without conditionalities. That it did not matter, we would build a country where it would not matter which God you worship, or if you worship no God. It would not matter what your caste, the language you speak, your gender, your sexuality, whether you were rich or poor. In every way, you would be an equal human being and an equal citizen of this country. That is the foundational idea of our land. And right through our freedom struggle, the freedom struggle was not just a battle against British colonialism. It was equally a battle about what kind of country we would build after the British left, and who would it belong to and who would it not belong to, and on what conditions. And when somebody asks me what is Indian secularism about, one of the core ideas of India's secularism is the assurance, the guarantee of equal belonging without conditionalities. I spent some time in Germany, in Europe, and I realized that it's a radical idea, because, say in Germany, even as they rebuild after the Nazi the horrors of the Nazi period, the Holocaust. They've done a great deal to rebuild their society. But even so, when confronted with the idea of who qualifies to be a German, there's the notion that they must respect our language and culture, they must know the German language, they must respect our systems of religious faith and our culture. Germany already has about 25% immigrant population. Most of them, the large majority of them are Muslims from Turkey and Syria. So when I ask them, is the culture that they bring part of German culture, there is almost a sense of recoil and horror. We had planned and designed a country where we would say equally, I mean, you follow your religion, you follow your way of life, you eat what you like, you dress the way you like, you worship the way you like, you love the way you like, and you are fully an equal citizen. I spent part of my childhood in Arunachal Pradesh, where there were tribes where just 200 people in the world speak a particular language. And my imagination for my country is that those 200 people speaking their language with their way of life belong equally to this country. And it is the same idea that was written into our constitution. The idea of equal citizenship without conditionalities. Now, what is citizenship? Hannah Arendt had a very powerful single line sort of explanation. Citizenship is the right to have rights. The right to have rights. And equal citizenship means everybody, rich and poor, of every religion, every gender, every caste, every language, has the right, has equally the right to have rights. This imagination for our country was not universally accepted, and we know that there were many streams, the Hindu Mahasabha, the RSS on the one hand, and the Muslim League on the other, which had a different notion of citizenship which was related to your identity, particularly to your religious identity. And there was an imagination of first-class citizens and second-class citizenships and belonging and non-belonging based on your identity. So when I had these 15 minutes before you, I wanted to just remind you or remind us about what promises we made and who. And when I say we, it is we, the people of India, who wrote our constitution. And what is a constitution? A constitution is, in a sense, it's a compendium of promises, of pledges, of dreams, of aspirations. And we, the people of India, are the people of India who came before the time we got freedom, who were alive at the time we got freedom, and the generations that were to follow, which is you and I, and our children and their children. So we, the people of India, gave to ourselves a constitution in which we had an imagination, we had a set of promises. And at the core of it was this promise of equal citizenship without conditionalities. There are 4 words. The first of them, which in a sense are the foundations of our constitution. These are justice, and many times if we say it in Hindustani or our own respective languages, it has a different resonance. So justice is insaf. Sabhi ke liye barabar ka insaf. Liberty, freedom, azadi. Or azadi, is a slogan that comes up from time to time, like in the anti-CA protests, where they said, not freedom from India, but freedom in India, and equal freedom in India. So, insaf, azadi. The third was equality or barabari. Equality for all, samanta. And the last and the most foundational even of these four ideas is the word fraternity. Fraternity literally means brotherhood. It's a problematic word because it leaves out sisterhood and other sexualities. But the Hindi constitution actually describes it as bandhuta, derived from a Sanskrit word which literally means कि हम एक दूसरे से बंधे हुए हैं. Our religions may be different, our ways of life may be different, our beliefs may be different, our cultures in multiple ways can be different, but we are bound to and with each other. If there's injustice to you, I feel there are chains on my feet. If you are lashed on your back, I feel the pain on my back. If you are in pain, I feel the tears coming from my eyes. Now, why am I reminding you about these pledges? Partly because it is these pledges that are being contested today. It is this set of promises that everybody, regardless of their religion, caste, identity, will have equal rights of citizenship, which is the right to have rights. It is what we are contesting today. In a sense, it's a continuation of our freedom struggle, because our freedom struggle was not just about British colonialism, but also the country that we would build after the British left. And that is in contestation. But I thought I'd also remind you of this, that in the digital space, are we ensuring justice for all? Are we ensuring equality? Are we defending all our respective freedoms? And is there a sense of fraternity and mutual belonging? These are questions, and fortunately you've given me only 15 minutes, because I could then start speaking about examples for each of these. But we're seeing, I'll just say that we're seeing a time when I think our government is very rapidly digitalizing, which is actually resulting in an extraordinary levels and ways of exclusion of vulnerable populations. So far from equal citizenship, equal right to have rights, the digital sort of vehicle should not become a vehicle to deny people to have the right to have rights, but facilitate it. And are we doing that? Are we doing that enough? Is a question that we need to ask ourselves. I am looking at my watch. I've overshot my time. We, the people of India, I think in everything that we do, in all our work, in all our relationships, in all our dreams, can we recall those promises of our Constitution at a time when they are so much threatened and in conflict? Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for that insightful talk. Now, moving on to our next session is your news line to you. I would like to call upon Mr. Dushyant to please step on stage and move forward with the conversation. For this panel, I would like to call upon Mr. Osama Manzar, Mr. Harsh Mandarji, please step onto the stage. Ms. Shruti Jahangir, Arun Teja, Pankaj Pachauri, founder and editor-in-chief for Go News, and Pothuru Vamsi.
I had made some notes and written them in also in my mind, but I've always found that that after listening to Harsh speak, I go into a state of quiet reflection for several hours, and it's not very easy, but I try my best. When I saw that, I'll just bore you with a few anecdotes till Osama comes. When I saw that the names on this panel, and I saw that he is here, and I'm sorry for embarrassing you, Harsh. I was rather thrilled because I have written this. I'm not just saying this because he's sitting here. I've written this in newspapers. Two things. One, that Harsh Mander is I think the person alive who's closest to Bapu Gandhi, who I admire a lot. I also think he's the closest somebody can come to being a saint. I remember in my first or second meeting with him, I casually said to him, I said, oh, I hate that so-and-so political party. And he put his hand on my shoulder. He said, you should not hate. Please don't even let hate sit in your mind. And I said, so he is that person. Now Osama is here, so I can stop boring you and we can start talking about a book. The book is an anthology on misinformation. Osama and I tried our best to get as many lenses as possible. You will see there is Shruti has written about sports. Arun has analyzed misinformation from a very structural, foundational standpoint. Vamsi has written about some extraordinary efforts that are happening in villages to counter misinformation and fake news, like community radios. I think I've written this also, and I was also thinking to myself that Vamsi's is probably the most hopeful essay in the book, because it shows you the path to action, and it shows that if communities can get together and fight this challenge which seems overwhelming at times. Many authors are not here today. Mani Chandar has written about how even the Supreme Court of India has fallen prey to misinformation, and WhatsApp forwards have started finding their way to judgments now. And Supreme Court judges are sitting and passing observations, and some of them may seem funny. I don't want to, I don't want to quote anybody, and I think within this building there are at least 5-6 people who are facing contempt. So I don't want to add myself to the list. But Supreme Court judges are also, they're sitting in court and passing of WhatsApp fake news as the truth. So Mani Chandar has written about that. Brinda Lakshmi K has written about the extraordinary amount of fake news and hate profiling that goes on against transgender people in India. And once again, it's one thing to think that something goes around on a phone and then people develop some hostility, but it doesn't stop at that. Those forwards, that misinformation, it finds its way into policy making. So Brinda Lakshmi has also written about how the unfortunate rumors against or tropes against or fake information against transgender people will find its way into policy making by the government, and how the limitless organs of the government respond to transgender people, or how they interact with transgender people. Just a second, I don't want to miss anyone. Sakshi Vadva has written about online hate campaigns against women. I don't think there is anybody in this room or in this world who is stranger to the fact that women are the worst hit in terms of abuse and fake news, and most of the in quotation humor also that's passed around on WhatsApp, etc., is misogynist. And see, again, it's not that it's not limited to this being an ugly part of discourse. What ends up happening is that every time we talk about social media, we say that it has democratized conversation, it has democratized debate. But when you abuse women, then you are basically mounting deterrent to their participation in this so-called democratic space. So if women will find that they are being auctioned online and sometimes by unapologetic people, then they will not want to inhabit these spaces. And it gets worse if you're a woman, and there's a further marginalization in terms, if you're a Muslim woman, it's harder. If you're a woman from a marginalized caste, it's harder. So it just doesn't remain limited to किसी ने गाली दे दी, कितनी गलत बात हुई. It happens that then Muslim women will feel that every time I go on this, I try to participate in this debate or a discussion on a national issue or a conversation affecting citizen rights, I'm abused like this and sometimes by thousands of people in a targeted manner. So I don't want to go there, and they will probably most likely tell their peers and children and so on. And so Tanya and Surit, who are also not here, have co-authored an essay on misinformation from the lens of cinema. And are there how many people here have seen Jab We Met? Please raise your hand. Yeah, so they have written about Jab We Met also, in case that draws you to the book, and a few other movies, and they have written about identity construction, that in the mind of the mainstream, how is the identity of a poor person constructed? When somebody says कि गरीब इंसान, तो वो मन में क्या आता है कि वो किसी के साथ गरीबी जुड़ी होने से कि वो खाना कैसे खाता होगा, कपड़े कैसे पहनता होगा, उसकी समझ दुनिया के बारे में कैसी होगी. All these things are constantly being constructed, and cinema is one of the most important mediums, and they have written about that, and they also have a lot of they also have a lot of illustrations, and I feel like I'm talking to children and saying book में pictures भी हैं, वो भी देख सकते हैं. But they do have, and they've drawn them. They have cartoons that they've drawn themselves, and it's truly excellent work, even if I say so myself. There is a reported account by Intifada Bashir, and it's titled Rumors in the Age of Social Media, Study of Targeted Attacks on Migrants in Tamil Nadu. Now, I don't know, and this is something that has happened this year. I don't know how many of you know or will remember, but so one fine day, one and only one politician of a certain party, I don't want to name, but no prizes for guessing, said that Hindi-speaking migrant workers are being beaten up in Tamil Nadu. And suddenly, a lot of hate started flowing against those people. And it reached such an extent that there was an exodus of migrants, and certain sectors of Tamil Nadu's economy started suffering badly because of one tweet that started like that. She's written about that, and I think I've covered everybody. There is a pseudonymous essay about a very important part of this discussion, which often goes undiscussed, which is internet shutdowns. The easiest way of keeping somebody misinformed is to ensure that they don't find out the truth. If somebody doesn't have access to the internet, especially in times of crisis and conflict, they will not hear what's going on. So you don't even have to make the effort of spreading fake news. You can just keep them out of true news, assuming such a thing is still left. Another fascinating essay is by, I'm sorry for describing every essay. I feel the authors aren't here, and therefore I should do justice to them and mention them. Syriac Abby Phillips, who's very famous these days, he has a handle on Twitter named Liver Doctor, and he talks about homeopathy. Pankaj is also here. So he talks about homeopathy and he busts myths. So he has, at his own expenditure, tested many popular homeopathic etc. medicines and found them toxic and poisonous, and he has been in the operation room, he has been a surgeon, and he has written about how so many people's livers are failing because of unhindered consumption of supplements and what is called alternate medicines. Of course, now criminal cases have been filed against him simply because he says, don't eat poisonous things. That's why there's a criminal case against them. But this is all, and I think Osama and I tried very hard, and I hope we succeeded in we tried our best to ensure that the language does not feel opaque, and it is accessible to as wide an audience as possible. So I assure you that regardless of whether you're a college student or a professional, or you come from any walk of life, I think that you will find the book readable. Again, even if I say so myself, even if the book is terrible, I won't be saying that, no, it's a terrible book, don't read. But it's not. It's actually not. And so you must read it. I will give the mic to Osama now. Welcome, Pankaj. Pankaj is also very apt person to be discussing this topic, because he runs in this time and age when most of the world was going in one direction, he started a news organization which is fairly objective and fact-based. So he's clearly an adventurous man. And also, I think I keep thinking, when I saw his name, my first thought was that he is a man who has worked with another man who I believe is one of the most truthful men in India, and who has been the victim of probably one of the greatest victims of fake news in India, which is the former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. Pankaj was advising him. So with that out of the way, Osama, if you can make me shut up finally and talk about the book.
Yeah, thank you, Dushyant, for giving the proper introduction to the book. That was very important. Book was formally released in the morning. We are the whole purpose of discussing this time, dedicating around 45-50 minutes here, is taking the book as a peg, but actually discussing issue of misinformation, which is part and parcel of our life, which I also said in the morning that earlier we used to go on digital media to find out the truth. Now we escape from digital media to find the truth. So how life has changed in the last 2 decades and in all aspects of life. So here there are 3 types of, 3 kind of people. One is that, Dushyant, who was very courageous to bring a lot of writers and researchers together to work on it and bring them and invite them and put it together. And, I was lucky enough to read them and, understand that deeper research can be more effective if we want to fight misinformation. So we have authors here. There were 3 authors. In the next 30-40 minutes, both of us at least would like to say less. And we have 3 authors here. We would like them to highlight a little bit of what they have thought. And then Harsh, who is here, and Pankaj, who is here, they come from a whole, big gamut of things where they are victim of misinformation. They are the pillar of being used as a muse to create misinformation by other things. They are targeted, they're victim and all that. And since they work with the citizens of the country, they have a certain kind of, they use digital media also about themselves and their own voices, but they are also victim. And Pankaj, on the other hand, while he was advising, Prime Minister Manmohan Singh, and from NDTV, Time and BBC, and he's a media person who came to create his own entity on digital media and challenges and what he faces, where he wants to say the truth, but it looks like it's very hard to say the truth and sell the truth. There are very few buyers to the truth. It also looks like, especially on digital media. So with that perspective, I would first go to these 3 people first, and first of all, I'll go to Vamsi, and if you can take 2 minutes and 3 minutes and talk about what you have written and what feelings went into you to write that.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm a PhD scholar from the Department of Communication, University of Hyderabad. So yeah, my research area broadly focus on misinformation in India. And as every research scholar, I started to read, the dominant paradigm, the dominant discourse that is happening in the area of misinformation. And of course, it was very, it's majorly focusing on the political ramifications and, all this technological approach that was happening. But when it comes to, its ramification on the ground, we all saw the 2017 the WhatsApp killings, the labeled as WhatsApp killings, which were fueled by these the child kidnapping rumors, and like we need to understand that the whole misinformation idea is both in academic circles and even in the intellectual circles, mostly dominated by these the technological and the political domain. But its severe impact is being visible among the small communities in the Indian villages, and due to the rapid internet penetration that happened in the recent years, the large number of people are coming onto the internet, and especially from the rural communities, people are increasingly coming onto the internet, but they don't have the capacities, and the increase was not gradual; it was very sudden, and we need to understand who are the most impacted by this very phenomena. And again, even the measures that are coming up are all top-down approach, and there is a much less of the grounded approach, and that's where I stumbled upon the various examples how the community radio stations work among these communities, and even in fact the Digital Empowerment Foundation, which started as providing digital access to these communities, and they later on they made a significant change. They're focusing on not only it's all about the digital access, but making these communities, providing them with critical information skills so that they can rightly utilize this platform. They don't be a victim for this very phenomena. And I mean, in the essay, those are the like basic. I try to deconstruct the Indian scenario, and I try to come up with these case studies of these community radio stations, and I try to understand what the kind of grassroots approach we need to, focus on addressing this very severe problem at the ground level, even in the future, and also and mostly as a research scholar, I'll be like learning every day, and also like I should thank my supervisor Kanchan K. Malik, who was a prominent community radio research intellectual who like kind of encouraged me to look into the social aspect of this very problem and the importance of how we should address this very the problem. I think thank you.
You're talking about community radio. In India, about few hundred community radios are here. There. Earlier, they used to be really being dependent on doing a good work on the grassroots level in terms of communication. But recently, I have heard that even they have been compromised to do the narratives, to do this is what you need to broadcast and this is what you need to do and so on and so forth. So media at every level, whether it's digital or non-digital, is being compromised very, in a very severe manner, and we need to also look at that. On one hand, we are giving a media which they are not used to, and whatever they get is what you call as WhatsApp as a believable item, and the one which was believable is the narrative that they want. Can I go to
Thank you, Osama, Dushyant, for having me here, for the opportunity to put my thoughts into words. And before I get into what I've written about, I would like to say that I truly believe that journalism is writing out
the truth and things that no one else wants published. And because you are working towards publishing the truth and trying your best to do that, congratulations for your efforts. And I mean, journalism is what no one else wants published and everything else is PR. That's what I believe. In terms of why I decided to write about abuse of sports persons from minorities, especially on the online medium, is, I have multiple reasons for why I wanted to write this. And the top 3 of those reasons are that I used to be a national level volleyball player in my late teens, until my late teens. And then as a woman from a middle class background who did not see any future in sport, I then decided to do engineering, and I've had a wonderful career. I did some good work. I'm happy about that. But I would forever in my life feel that looking at where sports is headed now, if I had those opportunities, I could have become a professional sportsman. So first of all, I fundamentally feel a lot of respect for every sportsman who's representing even their district at this point of time. Forget the country. Everybody who is really playing sport, and double respect for those who are pursuing it as a career, minority or even otherwise from anywhere. It's a big decision. The second is I believe that art and sport are just the only 2 mediums that are agnostic of race, religion, anything at all. And of those 2 as well, sports falls in the category of very, very few things that mimic life itself. When we watch a match
of any sport, in those 10 minutes, or in case of cricket, the one-day match or T20 match or a volleyball match or badminton match, sports represents comes the closest to almost all the emotions that you feel in life in one match. And that is why I feel like sport must be supported in every form. And the third is that I'm a sports nutritionist. And when we speak about sport going somewhere in terms of our country and various types of sportsmen coming out and representing our country, I fundamentally understand the meta-science behind sportsmen coming from not only different genders but different regions of our country. Where are they coming from? What is the climate there? What is the food they are eating? What are the circumstances they are going through? Because that's all percolating in their DNA. And that is allowing them to perform the way they are performing. For example, athletes from the Northeast who have great oxygen capabilities, because where they came from. And that same thing can be applied to some other athletes coming from rural areas where
maybe they had a life on the farm and something in terms of how they grew
up and how their bodies are is really helping them to be who they are, which we are not able to replicate in the cities. So these are the three reasons why I wrote this article, and I believe that, like I was reading in one of the books as well, which EDF has published earlier, that if there is a lot of trolling of athletes, then these influencers who truly are capable of influencing the society will stop talking, as we see with regards to a lot of influential athletes.
And that is why it's very important to support people who are being trolled and help minimize trolling as much as possible, so we can hear what they think, what they genuinely think.
Thank you. And just to make it more contemporary, she wrote about in the article about Shami, who is the fast bowler of India, that how he was trolled and all that, and so much so that he got into depression and so many things happened. And then it's after 1 year when she has written the chapter, and today the book is released, it's all over the newspaper now. He is the highest wicket taker in the World Cup. Come back to the movement. So it's like a full circle of a person who has been socially boycotted in a way and intentionally without reason. And how the person would have to do so much of effort to come back. He was not even selected on the level. And then he was enlisted in the New Zealand match. And then he performed well. So you should have told that. And I think Dushyant tweeted saying that anecdote in a tweet. हमारे बुक के रिलीज के लिए पैग भी अच्छा है, it's a good story also. One day World Cup, so highest wicket taker in the history of one.
Sorry, in fact she has so this Shami was abused, and then police spoke up for him, and then he and his infant daughter was also abused. So it was not by 1, 2, 3 but lakhs of people. And she's written about this, and then there's Shruti has looked at all lenses of abuse. There's another instance of this athlete called named Vandana Kataria, and I just read it. Hours after the Indian hockey team lost to the Argentinian team in Tokyo Olympics, upper caste men in Haridwar abused Kataria's family with caste slurs, saying that the Indian team had lost because too many Dalits made it to the team. And this is what sportsperson Jwala Gutta has been targeted constantly, and it's not that there is, I think, rarely few people in the world who will not see what is being said about them or their family, and they do read, and it does affect their morale. And all praise to Shami for psychologically coming out of this and doing so well. And I think it's a very important contribution in the book, and you see that people at the highest level being targeted. I don't know, today Shami has done well. I don't know if in the next match, if he does badly, I don't know what will happen. But again, it's a very important essay from Shruti.
So I'm Dr. Arun. I'm an technology policy analyst at Broadband Institute of Technology and Policy. So, the chapter I've written over here, it dwells on internet communication and how it is hampering the pillars of democracy. How do I do that? I do it in two phases. One, describing about uncontrolled internet communication, which dwells into creating filter bubbles. And the other is highly controlled internet communication, which brings perception control. Now, this perception control can be by the state and also non-state actors. So these are two sides of controlled and uncontrolled internet communications. So when I say filter bubble, what is filter bubble? So filter bubble is nothing but, I'll just give an example to make it, to not make it boring. So when we keep on scrolling in our WhatsApp, we get messages. That means we get information. But before that, we have some notions, we have some pre-notions, biased understanding of society. So what if all the information we get only reiterates our biased notions? And continuing that, a herd of people constantly reiterating their own biased narratives of the society, biased understanding of society, this creates filter bubbles. So over here, what happens? The facts are neglected. A true and scientific understanding is neglected. The correct understanding of harmony is neglected. And that is where
confirmation bias is turning out into a filter,
which brings out or which create drugs for democracy. It destroys the pillars of democracy. That's uncontrolled communication. What about controlled communication? Do we have any examples for that? Yes, of course. Spyware. Example of spyware is Pegasus. It can be controlled by the state, it can be controlled by the non-state. But mind, it is more controlled by the non-state. And apart from that, there are instances that I mentioned in the book from Citizen Lab, which is hosted in University of Toronto, Canada. They have documented, they brought scientific proofs from primary research to show that
yes, spyware
is existing in all the parts of the world, not just in some parts, be it developing countries, developed countries, and also emerging economies, all. They are using it. And the other thing, we have whistleblowers. Christopher Weil, who is a whistleblower for Cambridge Analytica, he has come out with a book. And Edward Snowden, a well-known whistleblower, who has talked a lot about X-key score. It's an algorithm which is used by NSA of the United States to tap the communication of the world. Now see, it doesn't tap the communication of the citizens of the US, but it taps the communication of people across the world. So who is controlling the communication? If I say state, do I say state has a perception control over citizen? Or do I say a state has a perception control over the world? It's a question mark. So these are the issues I delved into. So yes, there are a good number of issues regarding internet communication. I have identified only few. And the world has identified only few. If that is the case, even if we come out with regulations, even if we come out with acts and policies, can we really do justice to this? Question mark. Has our government done anything good? We should agree it has done. It has come out with the DPP Act. Fair enough. It has come out with draft consultation paper on dark patterns. TRA has come out with that. Fantastic. And it has also got intermediate regulations. Again, good one. These are initial steps. But yet, we need to conduct much more ex-ante research. We do not yet understand the risk
of controlled
or uncontrolled communications. If you do
not understand,
we cannot regulate it. Now, much more research is required. Now, how do we do this research? We need to identify the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? State is, of course, the fun. Next, industry, yes. And of course, we know civil society or stakeholders. We bring them. I mean, what about the public? When we talk about democracy, when we talk about policy making within democracy, we also need to include public, right? So that is missing again. The more of something, there's a concept called science cafes, where people actually engage themselves in understanding the risks. And then people float the policy and say, hey, see, this is what we are going to put forward. Do you agree with this? Let's ourselves restrict our liberty. So these are few regulations or few approach towards regulations that I've covered in the book. And there are many approaches, and I believe after reading this, people will critically think on the risks of controlled and uncontrolled internet communications. And I think our Mander and also Pankaj, they will have much more to tell on this.
Harshji, I actually wanted to pick mind on thoughts on this. You've been a IAS officer, and you once said that if an IAS officer wants any riot can be controlled in 10 minutes or an hour or whatever. Would you say that about like one of the essays is about how fake news against migrants led to an exodus? Do you think the government can act with a large city and it could, or is it not?
Yeah, thank you. Firstly, before I answer, congratulations, Dushyant, Osama, for this book. It's sort of become so much part of our lives, misinformation, fake news, alternative facts, whatever you'd like to call. But I think precisely for the reason that you just said, it's terrifying because fake news becomes the basis to feed into our prejudices, but then it also has so often spurred violence and targeted violence against communities, religious communities, castes, and so on. To your question, I mean, very briefly, I've looked very carefully. I've handled riots, what are called communal riots. I've also worked as a human rights peace worker, and I've also studied them. I believe that riots require three things. And the first is what I call the manufacture of hatred. Hatred is not spontaneous between people. People live together, they've lived together for generations and centuries. Something is done to foster hatred. And that manufacturing of hatred is precisely what we are talking about here. There's a second thing is also what I found is that in every riot you have people with weapons, daggers, Molotov cocktails, voter lists. This doesn't happen spontaneously. So there's also the planning of the logistics of the violence. But the third is the role of the state. And these first two are necessary but not sufficient. The state has to want the violence to continue. So even with the fostering of fake news and through fake news hatred, the state, if it wishes to, will still be able to control the violence. But one or two quick things that I wanted to throw into this discussion. Fake news has been around and the source of violence for a very long time. Going out of our country, the whole lynchings in North America for almost 60 years were almost entirely built around myths about black men being sexual predators of white women. And that became the source of lynchings. And so it was the same sort of fake news. I'm saying this is long predating the digital. The digital medium has facilitated, but it's not the cause. And it's important to recognize that there's something else that has happened. And among many riots that I've looked at and studied, there are two which come to mind where fake news was spread. Bhagalpur, 1989 is one of the worst that we've seen. At least 2,000-3,000 people were killed. And the entire violence was caused by a rumor that Hindu students in Bhagalpur town, in coaching centers and so on, have been killed. And that led to people being, Muslims being picked up in village after village and slaughtered. It turned out एक बच्चे का बाल भी नहीं हुआ था. But how that rumor, long before there was any kind of internet, how that rumor spread in the course of hours literally, and spread all across the district and became. And likewise was the Mrs. Gandhi's assassination, the myth that Sikhs were distributing sweets and celebrating, again spread and became the reason. So, but coming more closely, just talk about 2 or 3, the idea of love jihad, which is again the same idea. In Uttarakhand, it became the basis not just for attacks, but for a call for ethnic cleansing, removing of all. It was all a fake idea. We were trying to do a workshop with my colleagues and others, where we tried to talk about prejudices. And this idea that love jihad is a really strange idea that Muslim men are, especially good-looking Muslim men, are picked up and trained to attract Hindu girls who obviously have nothing in their heads. And this strange idea has become so mainstream now. Chief ministers are talking about it, and so on. It has become a source of huge violence, and we're going pretty much the way that America, it became the principal reason for violence. So we are trying to do a workshop in my office, and one somewhat older colleague said, love jihad to hota hai. तो I said, अच्छा फिर आप कैसे, नहीं मुझे मालूम है होता है, तो बहुत बार होता है. So I said, you tell me specific instances. He said, मैंने तो नहीं देखा. I said, how old are you? He said, 48 years. I said, 48 years, anywhere in your community where you worked, where, tell me one case. No, but I've seen it on social media, and it happens. And how it, and one last sort of example, why I was very recently, the last few weeks, 2-3 weeks, I was in the US and Europe after Israel-Palestine broke out. And I was deeply saddened to see how intellectuals and leaders in the global north have completely blocked out the suffering of the people in Palestine and only look at Israel and look at what is happening in Palestine as justified. So I was speaking out against this wherever I could in a university. And after I had spoken, the vice president of the university, and considered a high intellectual, he took me aside and he said, you don't understand. I said, what? He said, all Muslims hate Jews. I said, okay, where is this coming from? And then he said, no, I just saw something on the social media where some Palestinian man is supposed to have called up his father, and he said, I killed 10 Jews. And the father said, well done, do some more. And I'm saying this is somebody who's considered an intellectual of very high standing, and this is what he is. So that brings me to the problem that I wanted to place here, is that while we must truth tell and we must expose facts that are false, my worry is that we still want to, we will believe regardless of the facts. And I was doing a training of senior police officers, DG, IG rank, and the same thing of prejudices against the Muslim community came up. And I kept giving them facts, and they said, hum nahi mante. I said, I'm telling you the facts, nahi, hum nahi mante. Population, this, that, all the standard ones. I can give you 15 facts on each prejudice, but if you don't want to listen to Hindi में एक कहावत है कि सोए को तो आप जगा सकते हैं, जागे को कैसे जगाएं? वो मुझे problem लगता है कि whereas we must do truth telling, and it's really important work that the authors have done, that you have done, that people like Zubair and so on are doing. But I think there's something more fundamental about our very educated people wanting to believe fake misinformation, which is transparently fake misinformation, because it feeds into our prejudices. So I think there's something more fundamental as a kind of civilizational crisis that we'll have to deal with.
थैंक यू हर्ष वो लगता है हमारी अपनी किस्मत में है, कुछ दिन झेलना ही पड़ेगा इसको. आई डोंट नो हाउ वी विल गेट ओवर इट. आई यूजुअली टेल के एक यू नो वी आर पासिंग थ्रू अ फेज वेयर you get up in your house and every day somebody throws shit on your wall, and then the debate is shit का कलर क्या था, किसने shit फेंका, नीचे गिर के फैल गया, कितना कलर का था, किसने फेंका होगा, आपने ठीक से क्यों नहीं साफ किया, शिकायत क्यों किया, why did you complain, you know, talking about shit is also shit, you know. So I feel that is the way things, and then there is a group who is made which is either invisible or we are making them invisible, who throws this shit. And then these are like forces who are on all places where this can be done, whether it's social media, and it's global, and it's your neighborhood, and everywhere, and all types. So that ये डिबेट ही ख़त्म हो जाए कि किसने क्या, वो बस शिट के आसपास 9 o'clock प्राइम टाइम, शिट कलर, शिट ये, शिट वो, एंड ऑल दैट. दैट इज़ हाउ वी हैव बीन गोइंग. कमिंग टू मीडिया, आप ही जिम्मेदार हैं सारी चीज़ों के. पंकज, प्लीज़ लेट अस नो, आई मीन, हाउ मेनी बुक्स वी विल हैव टू राइट, हाउ मेनी रिसर्च वी विल हैव टू डू बिफोर वी गेट रीड ऑफ दिस.
Thank you, Osama. Thank you, Def. First of all, this book is, I'll say, congratulations to all the writers and all that, and authors. But it's got a wrong title. This book should be titled, and it will sell very much, The Weapons of Mass Deception. Because that's where we have reached today. Misinformation, disinformation, and deception has become the rule all over the world. And when I talk about mass deception, I'm not saying it lightly. What is going on these days in Gaza and in Palestine is part of that. And that misinformation or deception, which is now we are seeing in the death of thousands of children and women and men, innocent, every day, is because of the information was started by Shri Winston Churchill. In Parliament, he said that the Jews are going to a place where there is nothing. Before that, the Palestine was a country. Palestine was a country with its own currency, with its own postage system, with its own, not a constitution, but a system of running the place. If you look at the Palestinian currency before 1948, the currency notes and coins have both Arabic and Jewish and Yiddish. They didn't hate, Muslims didn't hate Jews. The postage stamps are written in that. And we are saying now, after 70 years of what's going on for there. And that's why I'm calling this is WMD. This is real WMD, which are these social media platforms. He said, I've been a victim. Dushyant said that I've been a victim of this. I was the most trolled person in this country at one point of time because I was trying to tell the truth. Most trolled person. The head of the Google in India came into my office when I was in Prime Minister's office. And first thing he said was that, Pankajji, he's son of one of my friends who runs in our big platform. And he said, Pankajji, you know, all over the world, right wing is very active on social media and all that. And I said, but this is your platform. If someone is standing in my balcony and abusing my neighbor, whose responsibility is this? I asked him this. But we are a platform. No, if you are a platform, you are providing a platform to someone standing in your balcony and abusing me. I don't know that person. I'll hold you responsible because you are my neighbor. After 10, 12 years, the European Parliament is saying now the same thing. And the way the Australian Parliament is talking about it, European Union is talking about it, that the platforms are responsible for whatever hate they are carrying on their platforms. And that is one thing which we have to understand. And this has not happened overnight. The Google head has come to me because he wanted the Prime Minister of India to launch their new product, which was called Google Hangout. So I said, Prime Minister doesn't launch these things. And we are not in the business of launching things. He went to someone else after that, and that person is now Prime Minister.
And that person is now Prime Minister.
So the first Google Hangout, which was a product launch on the world's largest news agency, which is Google, was launched by the Indian Prime Minister, or who was trying to be Indian Prime Minister that time. And why do you find, I mean, everyone is flabbergasted that, you know, there's so much hate, there's this thing, there's shit all over the walls and everywhere. And it's from all sides. It's from everywhere. Why? Because the platforms do not take responsibility of what they are selling. Every tweet, now X, is a product. It's a product on which the company is standing. Every Google Hangout is a product. Every Facebook post is a product. Every Instagram post is a product. And these companies do not take responsibility for that. There's no No, but the person is standing on your balcony. Yeah. So this is the biggest problem. They do not take responsibility. How do they take responsibility? That Google News Initiative is going to sponsor people. Facebook, fake news, fact checker is going to this thing. So first, you are supplying contaminated water to the whole world. And then you are buying few RO machines and giving it to people and saying that our responsibility is over. When I got onto Apple, Apple was not in India. There was no presence of Apple in India. Today, Apple has $2 billion revenue. I could trust my Apple iPhone that time. Today, I don't, because they have a business interest. All these companies have this huge empires they have built is on the basis of the contaminated products they've been selling and they've been allowed to sell all this while. A company which is $2.6 trillion today, which is Apple, is saying, we don't know how a message went out from our computers to the people. Just think about it. It's insane. I mean, there are people sitting everywhere. Our algorithm caught it. Who made the algorithm? Who's monitoring the algorithm? This has been told to me by people in Silicon Valley that we have no control over this. And what we are seeing in Ukraine, what we saw, what we are seeing in Palestine and Israel, and what we've been seeing in India, and what we are going to see more and more all over the world, is because the companies do not take responsibilities of what they are doing. We are great flag bearers of free speech. 12 countries had spring. What was that spring called? Arab Spring. Tahrir Square. 12 countries had Arab Spring, and it was said that this is the best thing which has happened, and people are organizing themselves on Twitter and Facebook and social media, and they are coming out on the streets. Out of those 12 countries, 11 countries' GDP is University of Arab Spring. GDP per capita income is now lower than it was 10 years. Who benefited? The people didn't benefit. Who came out and they were tear gas and they were killed and they were police oppression? No. Technology platforms benefited because their reach increased with all this. I mean, it's very difficult to make a YouTube video which is good, and Saeed Saab is here and he knows how difficult, time-consuming and expensive it is to make good content. The entire Indian government is now a content-making machine. There are 1,500 apps by the government, Digi Yatra, this, that, Aadhaar, everywhere. And all the states have also now doing that. 1,500 apps, which are on Android, and the government has no control over that. They are pushing you and me to give our private data. I just, day before yesterday, tweeted something about a government of Karnataka notification that do not give your Aadhaar photocopy to anyone. Use the masked version. It's gone viral because people are so sick that they have been forced to give their private information on Aadhaar and all the related things with Aadhaar. Your health, your bank, everywhere. And they are very angry with this. People are really, really angry with this. And the only way this whole destruction is going to end is by class action. This doesn't happen in America. When the Russians tried to meddle with the American election, there was a state hearing. All these guys were like paraded there in front of the Congress. Mark Zuckerberg, all of them. And they had to be answerable because they are there in America and their companies will be shut down. In India, what do they have? 1% of their revenue comes from India, which is their largest subscriber base. Facebook, Twitter, you take anything. Google search, we are the largest subscriber base where they are getting revenue, which is only 1% of their total earnings. It means what? They are doing politics because we have the numbers. People have walked into my office when I was in Prime Minister's office, and they said very casually that China is closed, so only India is left. So that is what it is, and it will, like people like this, Arun and Shruti and all this, people like this will keep writing about it, and the class action will not be in the court. In India's case, the class action is only through election. We get our reservations through election, we get our benefits through election, and that's how it's going to change in India when the people will rise. And there will be an action against these things as it's happened in the European Union and Australia and other Nordic countries. This is the way forward. There is a way forward. So we don't have to worry about it too much. People should stop, throwing shit. And they should be held accountable for that. The accountability is the problem. Sorry, I didn't want to, I didn't want to be very emotional about this, but this is a very emotional thing because I can see the things which are totally, distorted in our country. I've covered the Babri Masjid case for at least 20 years. And the first thing I said that they can never prove that this is not Waqf land because there are papers supporting that. that there was a burial ground there. I said, they can never prove this, so I said, forget it, the courts will never do it. But they did it because, as Harsh was saying, people refuse to believe the truth. And that's why even the Supreme Court and everybody says, whatever the perception is, let's go with the perception. So that is how we have to organize. We have to write more books like this, give them a punchier title. So you'll also make some money. Why should the tech platforms make all the money? You should do that. Sorry. Here.
Thank you so much, but if you are taking the mic, but close it. Because
No, Pankaj ji is mentioning class action. I just wanted to explain for the uninitiated. Class action lawsuits happen in the West. They don't happen in India. They mean that if the most common example, if it's a pharmaceutical company sells a medicine which harms, so hundreds and thousands and even more people can get together and file one case against the company. It's a very common concept. In India, you're not allowed to do that. There is no such remedy. You cannot sue companies. Why? Your guess is as good as mine. Two final thoughts about social media companies. One is that Mr. Zuckerberg recently said that mixed reality, and I'm quoting him, he used the phrase mixed reality. He said mixed reality is very soon going to become the norm. And I was so flabbergasted reading that. I said, how can somebody just say this and people are like, haan, theek baat hai. So he's saying that reality will be permanently distorted for everybody and people are saying, good. It should outrage anyone कि आप ये कर रहे हैं वो तो ठीक है, बोल क्यों रहे हैं ऊपर से? So that's one. Two is, and Osama has written about this, I think it has been about 10 years now, if not more. Facebook decided to do an experiment. This is a reported thing, this is not rumor, you can Google this. Facebook decided to do an experiment. Facebook thought, if we want to make X, Y, and Z sad, right now they are happy. If we want to make them sad and make them post sad things about their life, that I'm miserable, I'm feeling pained about this, can we do it? They decided to run an experiment. About 6 months, and they did not take consent from people. They chose people, this is reported, they chose people and they experimented on them and they showed them the kind of content that they thought will make these individuals sad, emotionally sad. And the experiment was a success. And Sheryl Sandberg had apologized, say, oh, ye thoda galti se ho gaya, sorry. So, I keep telling people that when you think about कि company हमारा data ले रही है, it's not just about कि आप कुर्ता कौन सा खरीद रहे हैं या brush कौन सा use कर रहे हैं. That's why sometimes I hear people saying, हाँ जान भी ले तो भी क्या होगा? It's not that. They can now control who you vote for. They can make your, it's mind control for, they can control who you vote for, they can control your moods. So if they go on unchecked, the very concept of a free thinking human being will cease to exist. That is the threat, not that somebody will be able to sell you Levi's jeans only. So that's it, and Osama has scolded me, so closing comments from everybody.
No, I'm sort of, I'm really happy I sat here and listened to all of you. I keep calling this a civilizational crisis, and I think all that we've said only underlines it. There's corporate profit, there's political strongmen who want to influence our way of thinking. The resistance, I mean, the biggest class action will have to be our collective resolve to let truth prevail and not let hate conquer our lives and hearts.
I think for closing, I would just like to say that one of my favorite authors and thinkers, Tim Urban, he wrote a blog about dividing the online audience into two types. One, he says, is the Idea Lab, and one he says is the echo chambers. I think all types of people are online. There's good happening online as well. It's just that we need to consciously choose to be a part of the Idea Lab, where there's discussion, where there's tolerance, where there's understanding of another's opinion, that is also made possible also through social media, because nothing is just black and white. We exist in the gray, and consciously choose not to be part of echo chambers where we are looking for the kind of information that feeds into our confirmation bias, looking for something that just supports every theory we have, but instead trying to find other points of views and considering them. I think that's my last comment.
Yes, we had a wonderful discussion, and as a closing remark, I would urge everyone to be vigilant on the information we get. We should try to understand what is fact, what is truth, and what is opinion, and then only we should consume the information.
I also have a closing remark despite all that I've already talked. The book has my and Osama's name on the cover, but I must say that Osama's team at DEF really worked very hard, and Arpita ji is sitting here, Osama's deputy. She showed extraordinary patience with deadlines, with steering the whole book. So to Arpita ji and Osama's entire team, my gratitude for this book. That's
When Dushyant is saying patience, that means he means with him.
Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah, Pankaj.
In the end, I'd like to say that class action also doesn't mean just going to the court or voting for the right government, asking for the right thing. Class action also means what you are doing. Finland is the only country in the world which has no fake news problem, because the children in class 4th and 5th standard are taught what is fake news, what is information, what is opinion, and this is the only country in the world where there's no problem of fake news. We have to also educate ourselves. Books like these go a long way, and more books like this, I would say, are needed to disseminate, and also disseminate it. I mean, this book is not going to be on bestsellers, whatever that thing is. It should be. This is the only book which deserves this year to be on the bestseller list. And that is also because we also need to talk to our children, talk to our everyone, whoever we come into, that information is not news. You have to authenticate the information, you have to fact check the information, and you have to contextualize the information, then it becomes news. I'm doing a whole online program on this now, and which will be launched very soon, on what is information and what is news and how to do the news, because I think the most difficult thing these days is to be in the media and not do anything about it. So let's do everything at our level.
Yeah, I think I will just reiterate the importance of grassroots approach when it comes to the fake news problem, because it's innately social, and its ramifications are spread across the society, and the most affected are the grassroots, and also like the kind of efforts like community radio or the Digital Empowerment Foundation are doing. They are giving us a hope. They are giving us these replicable, successful models that can be deployed on a crisis like COVID, or even the recent Tamil Nadu migrant crisis. With the absence of these kind of efforts, we don't have much of positive hope in the future. And also we need to understand that the fake news as a technological phenomena are transforming in terms of deep fakes images, and they're going to become more complex, and on the same pace there should be some resilient communities at the ground also, so that they can be safe in this whole digital information ecosystem. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's over for this session. I would just do a little announcement which is related also. That means when you get out, one is that when we are in a conference, we hardly see agenda. So we can look at agenda that it says that you can have an experience of misinformation, fake news, disinformation on stall number 1 and floor 10, where a lot of work that has been done by DEF in terms of how the falsification happens, deception happens and all that. There is a toolkit that is there which you can explore. And next couple of hours is about exploring these floors, 5th floor, 6th floor and 10th floor. You can have those experience in the exhibition. And I would really, really like you to do that, how these toolkits, including making a mask, you know, of villain who is actually spreading misinformation. Then there is this hero who is actually fighting it. And then there is, I mean, the whole thing is trying to be culturally handle it rather than just read in the book. And the second thing I would say is that what somebody was saying, Pankaj was saying that every children in Netherlands, they know what is Finland in misinformation, fake news and all that. There is a term called media information literacy, MIL, which is not done in our country. And you know, this is something that teaches you that once the media is in your hand, how to handle it, how to handle information, how to handle, rather than start believing everything that comes as an information on your device. It's a whole thing, and it's a shortcoming of our government that we are not making it compulsory in our schools, you know, or colleges and university. If it is, then we know, because media earlier used to be a recipient, you know, we used to be the recipient of media. Now we are a producer of media. Earlier mass media was like somebody is speaking and everybody is listening or whatever. Now it is in our hand. We are making mass producer, you know, mass media is mass producer also. So it's very important to know what is media information literacy in local languages, in oral languages. Thank you very much. Please explore the floors and you know, let us know, and we will catch up soon. Bye.
Thank you so much, all the respected panelists. So I would now request everyone to please explore the 5th floor and 10th floor for the Museum of Digital Society. And also we will be serving tea, so I request you to have some tea and recharge yourself. And after that, at 3:45, I request everyone to gather at the ground floor. We have at the 5th floor for the digital conversation on digital rights and wrong, dialogue with the Sufi on society's quest on digital culture conversation. And we have with us Mr. Syed Akhtar Mirza, a celebrated Indian screenwriter and a film director. Along with we have Ilahi Hibtullah, Indian film producer and former actress, and Osama Mansaji. So see you there. Thank you so much for the session. Thank you.
of the evening, and it's a grand end to a fabulous day. We have had interesting conversations, we have interesting debates, arguments I've heard, but nevertheless, we are ending with a session which will synthesize a lot of different things, and we have a fabulous panel here drawn from three corners of intellectual engagement. We have today's panel, and first I'd like to invite the host of today's final session, that is Osama Mander, the chairman and founder of DEF, to please come on the stage. And next, of course, is Elahe Ibtullah, a well-known person for all of us Hyderabadis, a speaker, actor, and of course a producer. Please come in here. And of course, the star of the evening, Saeed Mirza Sahab, an intellectual, writer, producer, filmmaker. Should I help you?
He's just broken his leg in Isfahan, that's why. Even that happens at such romantic places.
आप बीच में आ जाइए. Thank you.
Would you need some more? Yes, for your seat.
Hello. Okay.
बहुत सालों के बाद मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा है कि मैं क्या बोलूं.
This is our first victory.
हाँ?
This is our first victory.
Yeah. So, Saeed bhai, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया.
I am so happy to be here. Seriously, I'm so happy to witness all these sessions over here on digitization. मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि मैं आया. I'm very happy.
So, I don't know Saeed bhai for a very long time, but I still know him for a very long time because we have watched his films in the last several decades, many of his films. How many people have watched Saeed bhai's movie? Please raise your hand. Wow. So, I met Saeed bhai a few years back in Goa, introduced by somebody. My relationship with him was that when I entered his house, he said, without asking who are you, he said, ये पैंट और पजामे कहाँ से लिए तुमने? Because they were very फैला हुआ and all that. He said, this doesn't belong to you, it belongs to me.
No, you look very comfortable. A person who's comfortable in the clothes is something I need to have.
And the house was yours.
No,
He was looking comfortable.
his house.
His house and you were looking comfortable.
I was very comfortable. So, and then I immediately came back to Pondicherry and sent him few pajamas or whatever. And then we had, huh? So the point is that, you know, none of you have made films. So that's my relationship, but the deeper relationship is that the kind of movies he has made, like Saling Lamde Pe Matro, Naseem, you know, Albert Pinto Ko Gussa Kyun Aata Hai, Mohan Joshi, Hazir Ho, Nukkad. You know, watching Nukkad was an experience of also Nukkad, because you have to go to somebody's house to get together to watch it. Because, you know, at that time, none of us had individual TVs or something like that. And then when we were doing this meeting, this Digital Citizen Summit, and I know that how he thinks and what kind of talks he do and his films, and also I made a call to him and I said that we are doing something like this. And I relate very strongly because, you know, cinema is also a media, right? And in our analysis, we call cinema as a first screen, TV as a second screen, PC as a third screen, and mobile as a fourth screen. Now, from the first screen where you have made your mark, and you have made your poetries, and you have made your observations of society, very deep society's observation, you know, we have come a long way where now this small little screen, the fourth screen, is our thing. And then, you know, after talking to him, and he said that, no, don't worry, I will come, but I will not come because you are asked me to come for these reasons. I will come to see, tum log kar kya rahe ho, and all that. I want to sit through sessions, I want to hear you, observe, and see what is happening and all that. So I think he wanted to be selfless by saying that he was selfish. And then, you know, when I was talking to him and he agreed, I thought I am the least, you know, knowledgeable person about art and culture. And then I called my friend Elahe ke mujhe bacha lo, you know, because I don't know what kind of question I will ask. I don't even know. And you are also filmmaker and you have made so many films. इन्होंने तो पुराने ज़माने में हमें बर्बाद किया, आप तो नए ज़माने में हमें बर्बाद कर रहे हो. You know, he only did it for the first screen. She is doing it for the latest screens also, and a screen under the screen also, because Netflix is like a screen under the screen, the private screen or OTT, आप उसको अंग्रेजी में कह लीजिए या जो भी कहिए. And then, you know, so she has made several films. Some of the films are obviously none of us can forget. I know that Abne, Rabeni, my children and my wife, whenever we get a little bored, we put Iqbal and you watch. You know, so that's Elahe for you here. We thought that, you know, my selfish thing was that I wanted to be comfortable with you, to bring her in the picture so that she gets all the blame of not asking right questions or something, or not having a good conversation with you. So here we are. And अभी जब हम लोग वहाँ टेबल पे बैठे थे तो इन्होंने एक सेंटेंस यूज़ किया अपनी पुरानी फिल्मों के रेफरेंस में, सलीम लंगड़े पे मत रो लेके और नसीम को लेकर. इन्होंने बोला, now you have to live with hate. That's the latest stanza of the poetry. So I want you to, you know, come in that, is that just reflect what's happening with us. You were 50 when internet came to us. Now you are 80. And, you know, in 30 years, from one screen we have gone to fourth screen. From going to watch as a public screening, we are now watching individually and getting more destroyed. What is happening in our society? Can you reflect?
You know, Pankaj is over here. Pankaj and I met Pankaj for the first time. We were covering the events in Kashmir. The militants had come over and all kinds of people were dying and being shot in curfew. This is just before the... And what we saw was an uprising of a kind which we'd never experienced. I mean, we've heard stories about the Northeast, we've heard stories about but this was something that we never, firsthand, we're getting to understand a people and a state and the relationship between the two. It is quite frightening, and also we learned a lot. And then, of course, after that, you had the Rath Yatra movement occurring with the Kashmir militants, and you got the Babri Masjid issue, and finally, of course, a medieval mosque comes down. And the whole thing of the Rath Yatras and the Naxalite movement and the medieval mosques come down. Hey, this is my land, this is my country. And I'm trying to understand this fervor and the anger and the hope in the eyes of so many of those people who brought that mosque down. They wanted to, it was an assertion of this is it. At the other side, you had mourning and, the people saying, what the hell is happening? But you're seeing your nation in turmoil. You're trying to understand something which is very difficult to put your finger on. And you're seeing a nation in turmoil, and then you realize, okay, look, a new element has crept in. And what has crept in is the identification of the other, very clearly defined. An other is being defined, symbolized by a mosque being brought down, a medieval mosque. Now, I never was a Muslim in a sense. I never was a practicing Muslim. I never was a man. Very clearly, a non-practicing, my name is Saeed Mirza, but I never was a practicing Muslim. But suddenly you realize something else. You felt that the mosque going down was an end of an idea. Not that the mosque mattered to me at all. What got my attention was the idea of a nation, a constitution coming down and being replaced by another idea. And the other idea is identified by another group of people. It set me thinking. And I wanted to make a film about the demolition. But I said, Saeed, you're too emotional right now. Take a little time. Reflect. Reflect on what happened. And then make your film. You cannot jump into it. You might somehow take the wrong pitch. Because I wanted to chronicle my times rather than taking sides. We should chronicle my times. And then in 1996, I made my film called Naseem. And in which I tried to get to an idea, and I even cast Kaifi Saab, the wonderful poet and a very close friend of mine, as my protagonist, as the grandfather in the film, and his granddaughter called Naseem. And it's a relationship between a grandfather and a granddaughter. But I tried to come to an idea which said, poetry is over. Now, you live with hate. That's going to take center stage. Center stage is going to be taken over by hate. The idea of an India, of an earlier India, is going to recede into the background. And that was, so therefore, the film was an epitaph of my nation, of what it wanted to be, and what it's going to become. No holds barred, and and it's objectively seeing things that, and we are living with that today. It's taken over center stage. It is the dominant narrative, in a sense, in our country. Whether we like it or not, it's there. The point with me is, personally speaking, and not that my name is Saeed Mirza. I could be Arvind Desai, I could be Albert Pinto, I could be Mohan Joshi. To me, what is critically important is to bring back poetry. And I'll fight it with all the strength at my command, even at the age of 80. With all the strength at my command, I shall fight them electorally. Because that is the solution. They've got to be fought electorally because it's got to come through the people of this country, not through any other means, through the people of this country deciding what kind of an India do they want. They have to decide. And I think, and I trust the people of India. And I think it's going to happen. Despite the fact that I wrote the epitaph of a nation, I believe that the people of this country are just too noble and too generous to be swept by this incredibly vicious philosophy. It's vicious. And I must also let you all know, since 1993, I have been traveling across this country by road continuously. At times I've been 5.5 months continuously on the road, traveling and trying to understand this land of mine and the people of this land, which is the reason why I've got a terrible back problem, because I travel by road and by car, and I've got my wife with me and my man Friday, Ayub, my driver, and we travel. And we traveled, at one point of time, we traveled we calculated 56,000 kilometers, continuous, on the road. Traveling. What was it all about? What was it all about? What was it trying to understand? Because there is no land like this. There is no land in the world like this. And I'll tell you why. Do you have any money with you? Any rupee, no coin? I'm going to show you something. Imagine a country, 2000 का दे दीजिए आप, मैं रख दूंगा. Imagine a country, on this note, there are 16 languages, if not more, maybe 18, I'm not so sure. I love that. 18 languages, there are many more actually, but this is the 18 accepted languages of Rome. Is there any country like this? Languages, food habits, dress. My God, this is us. This is us. What have we become? What the hell have we become? We've reduced ourselves. We wanted to be this, didn't we? What have we become? A kind of reductive process of reducing ourselves into some kind of hate-filled, I don't know. Well, this is what I believe. And it's got to be fought, and it will be fought. I told Elahi and Osama, am I talking too much? No. I get tired of my own voice. Because I like to fight the battles in another way, not through words. But the point I'm getting at, I wrote my last, in quotes, novel. It's called I Know the Psychology of Rats. It's about a friendship between Saeed Mirza and his very close friend called Kundan Shah, the man who made a film called Janabi Do Yaro. We were classmates together at film school. It's a journey of two people. One who comes from a kind of an elite background, English-speaking, schools, system, etc. That's me. And Kundan Shah, who comes from the vernacular stream of Gujarati, and we're both in the same film school together. Two different kinds of people, poles apart. Philosophically, also. He can't understand why should we bring in politics into cinema. Cinema is cinema. It's got nothing to do with politics, etc. And here we are discussing Marx, then Patni kya kya karne, but at the film school. Different, completely. But then our journey, and finally in the end we became partners when we made Nukkad. Our film's journeys were separate, our television journey was together. So we made Nukkad together, all of both of us. Then we made Police Station, which got banned by the government of India, by the way. But then the point I'm getting at is, and it was a journey of friendship. And finally, when the mosque was brought down, the medieval mosque, here is a man, friend of mine, very close friend of mine. When it came down, I had gone to, it's a strange thing. The mosque came down and there were riots in the city of Bombay. People were objecting to it, they took on state property, then the police came and fired, etc. and shot quite a few people. And then there was sudden silence in the city of Mumbai. And then a phone call comes from a friend of mine called Abha Dhulia. Says, Saeed, stop, don't leave your house. Just be careful because we're hearing strange rumors. This is on the 29th of December, 30th of December. I said, what are the rumors? There are going to be riots in the city. I started laughing. I said, you and I have heard those rumors. Now try to imagine a situation, how more ridiculous can it get? It's about an entire city has heard the rumors about riots that are going to take place from the 6th of January onward. The date is also given. If the citizens of the city know it, obviously the administration also knows it. And sure enough, on the 6th of January, the riots start. Slaughter, mayhem. Chronicle of a riot foretold. It happens. Is it bizarre? Is it surreal? It's true. Hundreds are killed in the city of Mumbai. Then again, silence. It stops suddenly. Now, rumors again, there'll be a backlash. There'll be a backlash. The Muslims are going to come from the sea. I couldn't believe it. This is surreal. This is like Franz Kafka. What is this? Kafkaesque. And then, suddenly, series of bomb blasts. And a Muslim thug, of course, is like those fellows earlier were thugs. Not a Muslim thug. Those are Hindu thugs, those are Muslim thug. Set off bomb blasts across the Dawood Ibrahim and innocent people died. Suddenly the state jumps into action and nabs those guys. But they ought to be nabbed. They ought to be nabbed. They ought to be nabbed. But so also the guys before that who slaughtered, But the point is, how banana is our republic? How banana is our republic? I'd like to ask this question. We pretend to be what we do. We're lots of things, but we also, in a strange way, there's things that are happening which are frightening, worrisome, excruciatingly funny, ironically. And I can't decode this in my head. But Kundan Shah, I come back to him, he's had a solution to the Babri Masjid. My friend and partner, the Sayyid has got to be built back, brick by fucking brick, in slow motion. Imagine him saying this to me. Brick by fucking brick in slow motion. So people know a law has been broken. Do you think I like that mosque, Said? I said, no, you don't. I know, I don't like the mosque. But the point is, that's not the issue. A point has to be made. You can't do this. It's stuck in my head. And I'm not saying this, Said, because I'm a friend of yours. I'm not interested. No, my friend Said, he might be hurt. No, I'm not interested. He said, I've had enough of this. It's so stupid. It's so silly. And that's when I wrote this book, because I kept this in my head, and I wrote this book. And I would like to read an excerpt from that book, if your people don't mind. It's an excerpt that I have in my pocket. It's 3 or 4 pages of what I said. Trying to understand what is this hate? Iska jad kya hai? What are the roots of this hate? And where does it stem from? You have lots of other things that we've discussed, but where does it actually stem from? Because there is a philosophical idea behind it. There is a very strong philosophical idea behind it that takes all kinds of forms, at times bizarre, at times philosophical, at times surreal, but there's a philosophical idea behind it. And what is that idea? The Germans had an idea. The Germans had an idea that the reason for the despair of their land and the loss of the territories in the First World War and the destruction of a nation, they had an idea. He said, it's those bloody communists and those Jews. Yes, the communists and the Jews who are responsible. So you take them out. You take them out. For everything that goes wrong in your land, you take them out, and that's exactly what happened. First they got the communists, and then they got the concentration camp, and then they got the Jews. Surprisingly, a lot of Jews were also communist members, The point I'm getting at is, there's a philosophical idea of a great people, a great nation being brought to its knees, and you need to point out the enemy. A superior nation, a superior people. And therefore, communists and Jews. Get them out. Nobody talks about the communists who fought them on the streets of Berlin and Germany, but they were slaughtered. They were slaughtered too. And half those guys in the concentration camp, they were also communists. They were also murdered. So what is the idea? What is the philosophical idea here now in our country? Which has been picked up. But the same people who revered those guys in Germany and in Italy, they were heroes for these guys here. They were heroes. Can I read that essay? Please. Can I have a show? I think people are getting perhaps bored. I don't know. I'm not so. Thank you. Thank you. Can I hold it? Can you hold this for me, please? Okay. Can you hear me? Yeah. There is a new narrative that is rapidly sweeping across my land. It is a story about a distant past where a great civilization existed in peace and harmony until a barbarous band of invaders destroyed it by marauding and pillaging this incredibly unique civilization. A superior people ravaged by savages that led to 1,000 years of slavery. This is the philosophy just behind it. And it's true, this is what they're talking about. It is a narrative of the past that allows its believers so many insidious possibilities for the present. It divides people, us, them. The patriot and the fifth columnist. It allows for hate. It allows for demonization of a religion and if one stretches the argument, it even allows for retribution. It could be converted to pay back time with no guilt, no shame, no remorse. This was a classic example of the weaponization of history, and every fascist loves it. ISIS, Islam khatre mein hai. Look what they did. Same thing, the idea is the same. However, this narrative is an insult to my intelligence. Besides, it's also a lie. I will now list out the names of some of the kingdoms and empires that existed and disappeared before the coming of these outsiders. The Cholas, the Cheras, the Pandyas, the Chalukyas, Hoysalas, Shungas, Palas, Pratiharas, Kakatiyas, Satvahans, Kingdom of Kashmir, Gujarat and Sindh, Yadavs, Gonds, Solankis, Kalinga, Nandas, Magad, Kannauj, Mathura, Kashi, Rashtrakutas, Pallavas, Gauds, the Mauryas, the Guptas and the Kushans. Now, one simple question needs to be asked. How did one kingdom or empire give way to another? Was it over a cup of tea and biscuits or the spilling of blood? Ask yourself a question, yeah? So what is the story? There's enough evidence in Hindu, Buddhist and Jain literature, padhiya zara, and tales to tell you that there was wars, there was carnage and plundering and desecration. There was a lot of spilling of blood as empires changed and kingdoms collapsed. One shudders at the story of Ashoka's violent ascent to power, or Parshurams, the legend of Parshuram's revenge against the Kshatriyas, or the carnage of the warriors like Pushyamitra and Shashank, of the mayhem recorded in the Mahabharata. That's what wars are all about. And that's how kingdoms change and empires fall. And that is not all. Hindu kingdoms fought against Hindu kingdoms. Shaivas against Vaishnavas, and also against Buddhist and Jain empires. They even destroyed each other's places of worship. The history of the Shunga, Pala, Gaur and Rashtrakuta empires reveals bloody massacres and desecration. Yes, there was bigotry too. Places of worship were destroyed and people were killed for their beliefs. There's a classic story of a king offering a bounty for the head of every Buddhist slaughtered. Pushyamitra. It's there and it's an edict, you can read it. Yes, the past is not as tranquil and peaceful as it made out to be. One should not be surprised by all of this because that's empires are created, extended control and then destroyed. The wily Chanak revealed so many secrets in his writing on statecraft. Does all of this mean that Indian civilization before the coming of the Afghans and Turks was not great? No. It simply means that this sophisticated confluence of ideas, cultures and philosophies also spilt a great deal of blood. I shall now come to the barbarous invaders. Yes, they did invade and they fought against Hindu kings and empires. Of course they did. They did desecrate and destroy temples. They came as iconoclasts and they behaved as such. Were they biased towards people of their own faith? Of course they were. Can you imagine this age as being democratic and just? Was it just before they arrived? Once established, however, things began to change as they made alliances with Hindu kings and chieftains, had Hindu administrators, financiers, very important financiers, and their scholars, doctors, scribes, musicians, administrators, historians, poets, and architects, and Sufis began to mingle and to learn from this very ancient land. It's a very ancient land that these people had invaded. It's an ancient land. Songs began to be sung together. Songs began to be sung together, festivals celebrated together, and would love and poetry be far behind? Yes, as much as this civilization honored war and valor, it celebrated love, literature, and poetry too. Along with these interactions and over time, a new strand of color was being added to a very large existing canvas. New entrants. So was everything perfect? No. Was there a lurking hostility to these new arrivals? Were there cases of injustice and bigotry? There must have been, of course there must have been. But beyond that, imperial power has the capacity of forming close friendships, alliances, and marriages too. Finally, the children of Babur arrived. This is the term used by these purveyors of false histories to describe the Mughal Empire. The question is, who the hell did the Mughals really fight? Has anybody really read history? Who the hell did they really fight? Padhiye aap log. Yes, Babur did fight a couple of Rajput things, but his biggest battles were against the Muslim Afghans, the earlier rulers. Also, the reign of the Mughals till the time of Aurangzeb, their greatest enemies were other Muslim kingdoms in Gujarat, Sindh, Punjab, Kandahar, Kabul, Malwa, and the Muslim usurpers in Bihar and Bengal. What is important to note, that it was a Muslim, Mughal, and Hindu Rajput alliance, which included marriages and children, that had created this empire. Another truth, this alliance slaughtered Muslims and Hindus in equal measure. And if one goes by the rules of the game, it was ghastly. All wars are. As we go to the south, the biggest obstacle to the Mughal dominance were the Deccan sultans, whose commanders and chiefs were either Abyssinian warriors, Marathas, or Andhras. Did you know that? You all know it. No? To these kingdoms, the Mughals were the outsiders. And for more than 300 years, from the 14th to the 17th century, a distinct Persian, Andhra, and Maratha culture had taken shape in these lands. And hundreds of Hindus were important administrators, nobles, and commanders. There were many alliances through marriages too. Does anybody know that Shivaji's grandfather, Maloji Bhosle, Shivaji's grandfather, Maloji Bhosle, read and ye shall find, was a commander under the Abyssinian Sultan Ambar Malik. Does anyone know that the two were brilliant warriors and perfected the art of guerrilla warfare as he confronted the Mughal armies of Emperor Jahangir? Ambar Malik, Maloji Bhosle confronting Jahangir. Does anyone know that this same grandfather went to the mausoleum of a Sufi saint named Shah Sharif to pray for male children? Maloji mostly, sahab. पहुंच जाते हैं मन्नत मांगने. Does anyone know that when those heirs were born, they were named Shahji and Sharifji after the same Sufi saint? Yes, the Muslim Mughals did fight against the Muslim sultans, but so many of the commanders were Hindus. The Muslim sultans fought against the Muslim Mughals, and many of the commanders were Hindus too. To add to this confusion, many Hindu kings and Muslim had Muslim commanders and their soldiers and armies. So who was fighting who? There's a famous case of Maharana Pratap confronting the forces of Emperor Akbar at the Battle of Haldighati. Of his two commanders, one was a Muslim, and his army of 3,000 comprised 1,000 Afghan warriors. Do people know about this little detail? On the other hand, Emperor Akbar, was Emperor Akbar really leading his army? No, it was led by Man Singh, a Hindu general. As an aside, I would like to add that numerous wives and concubines were not just a phenomenon of degenerate Muslims. A great number of Andhra, Rajput, Sikh and Maratha kings had nobles had wives and harems too. In fact, Chhatrapati Shivaji has 7 wives. Do you all know that? True. Does that make him less of our hero? No. He was a great king and a warrior of his times. The question that needs to be asked of these purveyors of false histories is, why have they left these little details hidden? What purpose does it serve, and who benefits from it? And I'll come to now. Let me guess. I believe the 700 years of Islamic influence did 2 basic things. It completely undermined the role of Sanskrit which at their core critique mindless rituals and attack the pompousness and hypocrisy of clerics and priests. Try and imagine these worthy personages being ridiculed. After centuries of glorification and impunity, what would their reaction be? Having said this, I must get back to my argument about empires. As far as the growth of the Maratha and Sikh empires are concerned, their biggest battles and conquests occurred after the death of Aurangzeb. After him, the empire began to falter, and the old order was changing rapidly with the rise of the Marathas and the sacking of Delhi by Nadir Shah, the Persian Sultan. By 1740, the Mughal Empire had been hollowed out, emptied. It remained Mughal only in name. The really big guns were the Marathas, the Sikhs. There were some reviving Rajputs, Gujars, Jats, the Sultans of Bengal and the kingdoms of the south. Did they plunder and kill as they extended their empires? They did. And waiting in the wings and gaining strength were the British as they played one power against the other. Last page. In fact, from 1740 onwards, it was a free-for-all. And finally, one by one, almost all of them genuflected to the British Raj. Sikh, Maratha, Muslim, Rajput, Jat, the Nizam, the kingdoms of the south, all of them prostrated, except perhaps one. He died on the battlefield fighting them. Guess who it was? So was the Mughal Empire perfect? No. Were there cases of intolerance and bigotry? I'm sure there were. As I said earlier, as with all feudal empires, there was anguish and injustice too. The important thing to note was that Hindus and Muslims fought together and also against each other. Therefore, the idea of 700 years of Muslims on one side and Hindus on the other is an insult to my intelligence. That only the Muslim can be violent and cruel and plunder and kill is also an insult to my intelligence. The idea that Hindus are non-violent and peaceful is another piece of garbage. As the saying goes, "Hammam mein sab nange hain." Everyone is naked in the bath, in the public baths. Some more points to note. These invaders never left. They lived and died and are buried right here in this land. Generations upon generations of their graves are testament to this simple truth. They created exquisite monuments and palaces, built public buildings and later gracious cities. They built courts, hospitals, markets, caravans, and ports for trade and enriched this land with music, literature and tales, food, language, dress code, poetry, architecture, and gardens. They also built administrative structures across the land that exist till today. And most importantly, they did not stash their wealth abroad, as so many patriots do today. We're all of this convinced these writers are false histories. We're all of this convinced these writers are false histories. Frankly, I don't know, and I don't give a damn. They are born in hate. They lack humor. Very important. They lack humor, and most importantly, they have no poetry in their souls. So let them create the narratives of the past, create history to suit their ideological needs because they have the numbers in parliament. But as Kundan Shah would say, if 10 guys say you're drunk, don't lie down, stand up and speak out.
Thank you. So, I was looking at you spoke and narrated this excerpt for about, total 35, 40 minutes. And I was looking at to appreciate the audience that not a single person was on mobile.
What will happen to your digital lives?
No, but that is a big hope because we don't have a time span more than something. We are in between screens and timelines and this, and not a single person was looking at mobile. So I'm going to challenge our own this trend of hate. Is that what you're saying is that we have hope? Of course there is hope. That if there is a real content with so much of experience and poetry and narrative is coming, good narrative coming, we can leave the digital apart and we can go for a hate-free life. So I want to go to you. We have, few minutes left to Elahe. You both know each other also from the past, haven't met for a long time. Yeah, he considers her ke, choti bachchi se badi ho gayi and all that. And you have made so many films. In the current era, while he is reflecting through text and through his observations by traveling 50, 60,000 kilometers, you have made film for the new generation. How do you react to this one, vis-a-vis what you are hearing?
React to the hate is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying just what is happening around us, the same question I asked to him, how do you react? And
so
more than a generation gap, and you are also in the same, and you are also an observer of society. How do you, what do you see? And then when you are hearing this?
Correct.
the strange part of being a person who creates content or who, you know, puts out their viewpoint for the public to consume. You look at the world, the society, what's happening around us at a micro and a macro level. And like Saeed Bhai was saying, that he had to distance himself or take time from his emotional response to an event to then catch the right sur. So we really are the gatekeepers, in a sense, of society around us. We cannot afford to take a side. Yes, we will put our view across. We have to have a responsibility. So for example, I'll take the example of Iqbal, since after Hyderabad Blues, it's the most well-known film that we've made. And when the script of Iqbal, you know, Nagesh wrote and gave it to me, there was a scene in which Iqbal is taken by his mom for the playoffs. And the father is very against cricket. And when they come back, you know, the father asks the mother, where did you go? And she says, "Ke hum khala ke ghar ko gaye the." So in the script was written that Anwar, the husband, slaps the wife and says, "Jhoot mat bolo. मैंने तुम्हें वो बस में चढ़ते हुए देखा जो खाला की बस के गाँव नहीं जा रही थी." And that moved on to the next scene. And I was a little shocked by that, because I was like, if the husband is slapping the wife, there's no reaction to that. The wife has not slapped him back, or the wife has not walked out, or the wife has not, you know, said something that, "How dare you hit me?" Or nobody's reacted. It was a scene and it moved on. And I pointed this out to Nagesh, and you know, he was keeping it within the milieu of what happens in that strata. But the point is that you can't normalize it because it happens. You have to take a stand. You can't just show the world as it is, because we are not just the mirror of the world, we're the gatekeepers of that world. So we changed it to, he raises his hand to hit the sun and says ke mujhe is pe marne pe majboor mat kar, maine qasam khai thi ki main haath nahi uthaunga. The scene remained as intact, as powerful, as, you know, it gave the message across, but you held back. So in the same way, in today's times, it gets very difficult to hold back. But you do put your thing around. So our latest one on the digital media, since we're talking digital, is a show called City of Dreams. And it's on Hotstar. But the thing is that you show a family, a political family based in Bombay. And then through that, so it's not about being didactic. Our first aim is to entertain. And then you come back with messages, that's great. But like, even if you see Door, the film that we made in 2006, the Hindu girl Meera was the one who was the ghungat. She was the child widow. She was not allowed to go out of the house and stuff. Whereas the Muslim girl Zeenat was the educated one. She did not have a ghungat. She traveled from Himachal to Rajasthan to get the signature of Meera to save her husband's life. So you twist the tail around the head, which is the common narrative that you're boxed in. And you hope that the audience sees these points, understand these points, and that's the takeaway. So, you know, we do have duties as filmmakers, but as a citizen of this country, I don't recognize it anymore. Like I keep saying, jo itne saalon se koi bhi nahi kar saka, वो आज की सरकार कर दिखा दी, मेरे को एक मुसलमान बना दी. You know, it's like nobody ever knew me as a Muslim girl इलाहे, मगर उन्होंने मेरे को बता दिया कि मैं मुसलमान हूँ, क्योंकि अब ऐसे ही बोलो, we voted for a certain party all our life, but now they say आप कहीं को करेंगे वोट बीजेपी को तो आप तो मुसलमान हैं, हैं? ये क्या बात हुई? मतलब हिंदुआ एक वोट देंगे, मुसलमान एक वोट देंगे, क्रिश्चियन एक वोट देंगे, ये बलबूते पर तो हमारी हमारा देश नहीं था, हमारा वतन नहीं था. अब कुछ भी बोलो गलत है. इंडिया बोलो, भारत बोलो, सलाम वालेकुम बोलो, आदाब कहीं को नहीं बोल रही, नमस्ते करो तो नमस्कारम कहीं को नहीं है, ऐसा जय श्री कृष्णा बोलो तो जय श्री राम कहीं को नहीं बोले, तो क्या बोलना भाई? So that kind of a whole situation where you're constantly second guessing yourself, constantly trying to fit into a narrative, is extremely draining. And like when Saeed Bhai was not reading these 4 pages, that's when he came into life. When he was talking about hate, you saw how drained he was. I mean, he stopped and he said, am I talking too much? Am I getting tired? Because like we were talking earlier, it's an extremely draining emotion. आप ही बोल रहे थे ना कि how do people have time to hate when there's so less time to love? So this is going nowhere. It's just draining us out of everything. Our emotions, our resources, our economics, our friendships, it's just become one drain train. तो वो अब ज़रा, I think उसको बंद करना ज़रूरी है.
So how? I mean, why are you not making a film on this?
Because making a film on what and how do you? Well, we did make a film. We made a film called Dhana, which is only about pure love. It's set in 2014. We made a film about two young children who traveled Rajasthan to find Shah Rukh Khan. Which in India, मतलब हमारे बच्चों को हम बस में भेजते आज अकेले, without sending someone with them to do this. But that was the India we grew up in, and we tried to present the romantic side of India कि दो बच्चे निकल जा रहे हैं, लोग उनको मदद कर रहे हैं, ये बस में नको चढ़ो, इधर सो जाओ, हमारा खाना खा लो. But so you don't end up giving them. I'm not a documentary filmmaker. I'm a feature filmmaker. My thing is to entertain. My thing is to get you into the dark theater for 3 hours and hopefully make your life a little easier without having to leave your brains at home. ये एक अलग है हमारे हिंदुस्तान के सिनेमा में. कुछ भी देखे तो बोलते please leave your brains at home. कहीं को भाई? I mean, why will I leave a vital organ at home to enjoy something? It's like saying please come to my house for dinner मगर आपकी kidneys नको लेके आओ. I'll come with all my organs and then now you entertain me. I will see what I can do to get your viewpoint or not. So as a filmmaker, I need to engage you mentally, emotionally, and then send you out.
So is it also difficult at this point of time, and this is a question to both of you, is लोगों को नफरत करने के इतना वक्त कैसे मिल रहा है जब मोहब्बत के लिए वक्त काफ़ी नहीं है? तो ये तो दिख रहा है कि नफरत के लिए ही वक्त है. सारे टाइमलाइन से ही दिखा रहे हैं सोशल मीडिया पे नफरत के लिए बहुत वक्त है, और हम लोग जो हैं वो फाइट कर रहे हैं सिर्फ, या जो लोग मोहब्बत करते थे वो सिर्फ फाइट कर रहे हैं. दे आर इन अ रिएक्शन मोड. प्यार इज एन अफर्मेटिव मोड एंड इट्स अ प्रोएक्टिव मोड, and we suddenly that mode is over, all the time. Like you said, every time before even speaking I am becoming concerned or captivated by कि वो क्या बोलेगा या क्या नहीं बोलेगा. I mean, how do we really this is a cultural impact, for the first time media is 24/7 with us, and it is affecting us in every manner. And since you people are media creators, media content creators, it's also important to know that how do we deal with it as humans, as individuals.
Pankaj mentioned this, because they are responsible also, because the source, they are the platforms, and they are not accountable. The point is to make them accountable. He mentioned this earlier in the earlier session where he said that, look, when you have these platforms spewing this kind of hate, and they can always say, we have free speech, which is fine. Or they absorb with themselves with a disclaimer which says, these are the views of the participants, it's not the view of the channel. But damn it, it's on your channel. It's on your channel. Why do you have to have this disclaimer then? If it's on your channel, it's on your channel, so why the disclaimer? The point is that's a legal position that they're taking. They've got their lawyers behind them saying, अगर कोई गड़बड़ हुई तो भैया देखा हमने ये disclaimer रख दिया. Not our views. They're the views of the participants of the debate. These are escape clauses. Escape. Oh, Yanis Varoufakis, the Greek ex-finance minister, lovely man, he said all these guys, all their platforms, this is recently, they should be put on the public notice. All their platforms, Facebook and Google, Subco, everybody. Elon Musk, they should be taken to task. They have to. How long can a word survive with this kind of, one is hate, the other is this one-sidedness of opinion, or a slanted opinion.
No, you're absolutely right, Osama, when you said that, we, the lovers or the, wanting to not spread hate are reactionary. But I think that's because we took our secularism for granted. We took the fact that India was a democratic republic for granted. We took, and also, I'm talking for myself, we grew up in South India. When Babri Masjid happened, the lot of reaction was like, "Arey, bahut bura hua, magar Babar ki masjid thi na, hamari to nahi thi." You know, so we were constantly appeasing, saying, "Acha jaan do bhai, tod diye." But we never thought unless it happened, ab wo वहाँ हुआ, बाबरी में मस्जिद में हुआ, फिर आके गुजरात में हुआ. Until it happens in your backyard, we were still, we just took all this for granted. The secular fabric of the nation, I really thought would hold on in my lifetime, and it isn't. But all we can do is, like I said, right now reaction, but now we are all taking the aggressive tone. We all are becoming, you know, a little more revolutionary in putting our ideas across and stuff like that. And through the medium of social media, because I do understand social media is supposed to, you know, it's also maligned so much by saying like you spend all your time and it's fake book instead of Facebook and you're watching Maldives pictures of people, but it does get it around. Now look at this whole war that's happening, but the genocide that's going on in Palestine.
I like this little scarf of yours.
Thank you. Yes, please. So, you know, social media is taking such a big stand on the whole thing. Like you see, and that's exactly what we need to do. So it does help. It is a double-edged sword. It's like you put it that the digitalization of this world is like the oxygen, but it's also the AQI level is very high, right? But everything is going to be good. Like when the VHS came out, we said, oh, death of cinema. Ab wo gaya. Digital platform aaya, bole death of cinema. Ab wo ho raha death, but the death of cinema is because of the greed that's in the country today. Look at the numbers people are charging. If you go to an actor, if you go to a director, if you go to, और 2 दिन में डिसाइड होना करते, पिक्चर अगर 40 करोड़ पर नहीं खुली तो खत्म. पहले हम लोग 50 days बनाते थे, अब 50 hours बनाए तो बड़ी बात है मालूम. So it's just this whole thing of everything is coming in such an excess. There's an overload of everything. It's overwhelming on every front. There will be a balancing out, but we just need to hold on to our ground and hold steady.
But I also have a perception that we are heading towards a world where just 2 things become incredibly important for people and consumption. One is entertainment and the other is sports. These will be the 2 things that you will get. Or pornography. So entertainment, pornography, sports.
Legal ki baat kare, legal.
No, I'm just saying this is true. This is what's going to happen to keep people occupied. And then the finance is going to run the world. They'll run the world for you. And we, in the meantime, are like robots. I don't know what. Lemmings. We'll keep pretending that we are important. We are pretending that we are important. And the battle has to be fought over here. We are important. People are important. And they've got to come back onto center stage. And we are losing this capacity of saying, I am a human being and I think. It's critically important. I think, I cry, I laugh, I point a finger at, I object. We are just losing this entirely, and then that's it. Therefore, hate. Hate is this all-consuming passion. Hate. Look what's happening. I mean, this is... and it's done with an intention. Yeah. There's a motive behind it. It pays. It's good for certain kinds of regimes. It's good. Hate, sports, pornography, entertainment. So let's celebrate this word, you know.
Actually, hate is paid, love is not.
Love is
but hate also is, I think, directly proportional to joblessness.
Yeah.
When you have that much time on your hand, you will sit for 10 days in a pandal, and then on the way out with that, you know, whatever's happening, you'll decide to. If you were busy working, I don't think you'd have time to waste an emotion.
Because you know, look at the games that are being played today. All your look at the amount of
इनके पास थोड़ा आप लोगों के पास हाँ.
I apologize.
We were supposed to end at 7. We are 7:10. लेकिन जाती होगी अगर हम लोग.
नहीं, please.
So any of you would like to have some words to say or want to ask question or want to read your excerpts?
Yes, yes. You want to,
Thank you very much. That was a very interesting session. I'm a historian, professor of history for the last 4 decades, and I really found it very interesting what you were saying. See, we should remember history is not so much about the past, it is only about the present.
Yes.
Though it is about past events, we are writing it in the present. And I think the problem really started because all our history was written at the end of 18th century, beginning of 19th century. See, it was James Mill who divided our history saying that, you know, this is ancient India because he called it Hindu India because the rulers were Hindu. Then he called the medieval period Muslim India because the rulers are Muslim. But coming to the British, he didn't call it Christian India. He said it is, it is British India. He didn't say Christian India. And today, you know, in today's world, we have changed. We have only changed the nomenclature. Regime, every government would like to use it for their own benefit. And what you said made so much sense. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. I just want to read what Pash wrote a few decades ago. It's a poem. I'll give an introduction about Pash. His name is Avatar Singh Sandhu, who was a Punjabi revolutionary poet gunned down by Palestinian militants. He also hated Indira Gandhi, but he never made truce with these militants or the fascists. This is called My Mother's Eyes. When a girl said to me, "You are handsome," I thought she had a squint in her eyes. To my eyes, the people who came to the village for the vote or to perform inaugural ceremonies were handsome. One day at Jatu's shop, I heard a rumor that the golden crown on their heads was a stolen one. I left the village that very day. I believe if this crown head were thieves, the handsome ones must be somewhere else. In the cities, I saw only sleaze. In the books, and the newspapers, in the coffee houses, in the offices, in the police stations, and all, I saw this river of sleaze oozed out of a round hill in Delhi. Fought against, I threw myself into this river of ugliness, fought against it through many a bloody year, and now when I returned, bearing on my face the scars of that battle, the same girl, now 40, tells me I'm ugly. Once again, I think she had a squint in her eyes. He was gunned down on the same day. He was a big believer in Bhagat Singh. Very sadly, on the same day, he was gunned down, but he still lives, as we just mentioned about him and his ideas. So has Bhagat Singh.
Loud enough, actually. My question to you, actually to all sitting in this room, is, and it's been something that's been troubling me. And Ilahi touched on it in terms of, actually both of you touched on it in terms of joblessness and eventually people not having work. I think what's going to hit us really hard is the artificial intelligence which is going to come, take away more jobs, take away from us. You know, आजकल हाथ से काम करना everybody thinks is below dignity. तो आप एक कंप्यूटर के साथ बैठ जाएं. Nikhil can bear me out because they have students coming to them every year who say, मिट्टी खोदना इतना मुश्किल है नरेगा में, आप कंप्यूटर चलाना सीख जाओ ना, आपको अच्छी नौकरियां मिलेंगी. When those jobs dry up, and it is going to be, the world gets financed by a bunch of people looking out for their own interests, what are we going to have on our hands other than people just spending time killing each other? That's my question to you and to people who are part of this digital summit is staring at something we've never witnessed. We celebrate it, think it's innovation, but what time will that become possible?
Thank you for considering me, expert on artificial intelligence who couldn't complete my graduation in 5 years or 7 years with physics. But anyway, I'm not really worried about artificial intelligence taking away the job, because if you go back into the history, you had Y2K problem of the similar kind, like year 2000, which was expected. Computers, when it came, it was also expected to take away the job, but it also transformed into many jobs of not the similar kind. And I'm not saying that, one job, physical job is versus, non-physical job. But what I am more worried about, that artificial intelligence is going to be an extremely powerful tool to empower more elitist and those who want to control, and consolidate the control, both corporates and government. Like, as you can see, in the last 10 years or 15 years, digital was such an aspiring thing, but gradually it is looking like it's a tool to control. It's a tool to, become more authoritarian and whatever, take your data and information and make more, control on you. Artificial intelligence is going to do at a much higher scale, because it has taken the entire data of social, economic, and behavioral practices of the people through data. And that is going to give a decision-making power to the powerful, to those people who are more powerful, and control the life of masses by very, very few people through various kind of systemic installations and those kind of things. So actually what you are actually highlighting is going to be a lesser problem to bothered about. We are going to face even higher problem than that, because if I tackle your question in a very, very rudimentary way, I would say that, okay, let me go and have a training program of, let's say, all Narega workers, how to do typing and data entry, which will become a data point for developing artificial intelligence, and that would be a job. That would be a big job. As you know, there are people who are working against artificial intelligence, who are already working for highlighting that how we are not paying to the man hours or the day hours of the number of hours that the data is being taken from the people without their knowledge, and also being entreated by them and not paying a good amount to them. And this is all going to make a decision. How OpenAI is using trillions and trillions of data, and we didn't know. OpenAI just came in, yesterday. It was being built for years on the data that was already collected. How come I type Nikhil Day and it tells me everything about Nikhil Day? Where did this data went to them? How were they mining those data? You ask those questions. You ask even his birthday or anything, they will start telling you. There was somebody asked that if somebody, I'm taking Hitler's name, was a fascist, then a similar activity somebody else did as a politician, it hesitates to say that he's not fascist. There is a bias there. So it is based on so much of data, and that is going to, so the scary part is job is a very, very small thing. It will be much more powerful than that. And I mean, we can go on, and we are actually thinking very hard, even at DEF, that can we create a separate division to work only on how artificial intelligence is going to actually control the masses' life, I would say, and how do we work on that one. But thank you for asking that question. And whatever you are going to speak, we will end with that.
I have a take on what you just asked. Very much to what he was saying, what Osama was saying, but there's also another thing, that they're actually claiming there is a philosopher for artificial intelligence who's actually stated that people don't get worried about your joblessness. We'll take care of you. We'll give you money to live, to go and play golf, to drive a car maybe. and there'll be enough food. Just don't do anything. We'll run the world. Imagine that kind of idea. In other words, the human being is told to don't, what are you worried about? We have enough science and technology at our command to guarantee jobs for everybody. Stay at home. Ko kaam mat karo. And the thought of it, just the thought, it's frightening. And it's a classic case of what fascist thought can do. Exactly what he is saying, but the thing is, goes further. So there's thing of joblessness. Nahi, hone hoga. There'll be jobs. I mean, there'll be no jobs. Sorry, but don't worry. You can run your house, you can get married, you can do whatever else you can do. And you're supposed to be happy with that because, and we'll run the world. So get involved with, like I said, sports, entertainment, pornography. What else? I mean, whatever else. Get involved. And the nicer things of life. Why are you getting involved with work? Forget it, it's unimportant. So we live. It's sad. I mean, this is like I said, when you extend the argument to its Kafkaesque level, this is where you're going to reach. It is a vision of the world which has gone completely awry. And not just that, I said this yesterday, yesterday. We are living in a world that has a political and economic system that cannot guarantee most of its citizens a job, a home, a decent education and health. We've inherited that. It's not India that I'm talking about. Look at what's happening in the so-called advanced West, where approximately 65% say of Americans live from paycheck to paycheck. The land of the free and the brave. We are trying to emulate that. Paycheck to paycheck. With no hope.
We can't end on that. What we will end on is Rasta kya, manzil mushkil to kya, dhundla sahil to kya, tanha ye dil to kya, ye hausla kaise jhuke, ye arzu kaise ruke. And that is what we will do.
Absolutely.
We will fight the good fight.
And to Saeed Bhai to had the courage to come from, Mumbai and sit through.
When I commented about her scarf, it wasn't to take away from what she was saying. She was wearing the Palestinian colors. I wish I had brought my scarf. I'm going to wear it in Trivandrum.
आपका फोन है
Thank you so much, Saidji, Ilahi, and Osama. Thank you for that insanely enlightening session. Thank you. We have the last. It is on. Hello. Okay, can people at the back hear me now? Okay, thank you so much for that enlightening talk. We have the last session for day 2 of Digital Citizen Summit today. Please join me in welcoming Marsukola Kalavati and her troupe. This is going to be the last cultural performance, the last session. We're ending this with a cultural performance. And we have Marsukola. Can I please ask her to come on the stage? In a field that's dominated by men and has been occupied by men for centuries, Marsukola has emerged as a lead singer, trained by her late father. I hope I'm saying his name right. Thodasam Bhim Rao. She is a renowned Thodi artist, and today she is one of very few Thodi artists that's left in the country. Please give her a warm welcome, and let's start with the cultural performance.
పర్ఫెక్ట్ రాదు. ఇది మేడం, ఇది మన డిజిటల్ నెట్వర్క్ ఉంది కదా మేడం, ఇది అందరికీ మంచిగా పనికి వస్తున్నది. మరియు ఇది తప్పుడు సమాచారం విని మనం తప్పుడు పనులు చేస్తే మనకు పీడిస్తున్నది, మనకు కష్టాలు వస్తున్నాయి అని ఇది ఉన్నది మేడం పాట. దీంతో మనకు చాలా లాభాలు ఉన్నాయి.
Hello. So what he just said is, this song is on one hand telling us how digital brings positive impact in our life, brings a lot of opportunities, and at the same time also leads to misinformation, fake news, propaganda. So the song is summing up the digital rights and the digital wrongs. So that is what he briefed about the song. Yeah. So we had requested them to curate for today's, in the context of the Digital Citizen Summit, and they did it in a matter of 4 days. Sorry. Yeah. So the song is in Gondi Bhasha, is being sung in Gondi Bhasha. So once they keep performing, we'll keep translating as much as possible. Thank you. Hello, yeah. So this last song was about Jangubai, their ancestral god of the Gondi community. And the gentleman here has some more information to add about the community, if you could please share.
This is Jayesh. I'm an engineer and a technology lawyer, but I'm a fan of history. So, when I first encountered their song, I could make out part of the Nizamabad. These Gondi range and inherit from the Dravidian sect, and they belong to Gondwana land. And there is a Gondi village and a Gondi state or Gondi area. And there is a railway station also Gondi, because one of their Gondis worked with me. So I tried to understand his language, and then I ventured into digital. So I found more of their ancestry. They form a part of 8 states in southern India, 8 states, even ranging up to Uttar Pradesh. So their largest festival is coming up, Naga festival. Naga festival lagada meedi peddadi. మీ పెద్ద ఫెస్టివల్, ట్రైబల్ ఫెస్టివల్, మీ పెద్దది నాగా ఫెస్టివల్ అవుతుంది కదా. మీరందరూ గోండి, బంజారా, లంబాడా, కోయా, దీస్ ఆర్ ది మేజర్ ట్రైబ్స్, ఆదివాసీస్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ ద్రవిడియన్ కల్చర్. And if Tamilians are there here, can lift up hands. The Kurba of Tamilians, the Kurba of the Tamilians go hand in hand and they have relationship. Kurbas of Dravidian. So that's how they are depicting the language, converting it to action. They don't have a written script. That is their culture, and huge population is there. And more so, Naga tribes is also named after them is Nagpur. If somebody in Maharashtra can accept. So this is their history and beautifully translated, and I could pick up little bit because I'm a polyglot and I understand phonemes and phonemes. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We have Sayedji also sharing some insights.
This is a civilization before the Vedas. Before the Vedas, before Gautam Buddha, before Mahavir, this is a civilization much before in our land. The Gondwana, you mentioned Gondwana, so let's get it. The history also very clear. Very clear.
Thank you.
ಕಾಕಟ್ ಅಸ್ಕೆ ನಾಲು ಸಗನ ರುಮ್ಝುಮ್ ಮತ್ತಲದು ಉಂದಿ ರಚನು ಕುನ್ವಾಯರ್ ಇಂಜರಿ ತೋರ್ಸುಡ ಕರಲೆ ಕರಲ್ అని దోన్లాలినేకే పండుగ ఉన్నది కదా దీపావళి మేడం గుసడిల పాట
గుసడి పండుగ గురించి మేడం గుసడిలో ఎట్లా అవుతారు ఏం లేదు మొత్తం అది గుసడి
few lines so that everybody could
మీరు తెలుగులో చెప్పండి
స్పష్టంగా రాదు మేడం
మేడం నేను చెప్తాను ఒక్కొక్కటి ఈ మా 4 సగాలు మా గోత్రం మా గోండి సంస్కృతిలో అయితే వాళ్ళు గుసడిలు అవుతారు కదా అప్పుడు దీపావళి పండుగ దగ్గర వస్తుంది అయితే వాళ్ళు గుసడిలు ఎట్లా అవుతారంటే పూర్తి ఇది మొత్తం లోకం దేవతలందరూ మనిషికి ఒక్కటి చిన్లు మహారుద్రలు జోలే ఇవన్నీ మొత్తం ఇక అది గంగారాం సోట ఇవి మొత్తము మనిషికొకటి దేవస్థానం అంతా ఇచ్చినప్పుడు వీడు గుసడి అయిండు. ఈ 4 సగాలల్లా డండర్ అయిపోయిందని నేను పాడిన మేడం. నాకు ఎక్కువ తెలుగు రాదు, నాకు చెప్పరాదు.
I think he'll do a better service than me.
Friends, I was just mentioning about the greatest tribal village, which she has just told. At that time, she did not pick up my, maybe, of course, she might not follow English. That's a tribal dance or tribal festival coming up. There are lakhs of people assemble in Telangana region. Telangana is dominated by Koya, Gondi first, in fact, Gutti Koya, Kottagudam, Bhadrachalam. I am from Telangana, so many of the people know. So this is again assembly of, she was telling about the inheritance about the devatas. Devatas means, goddesses, right? So this is an old culture, as our Syed Mirza ji already has endorsed me, about the Gondwana land. This Gondwana land is about part of the Dravidian movement, or not movement in the sense political, no, Dravidian culture which is down to south of Vindhyas. So the Gussadi is a combined dance where you can really appreciate, and women folk will love to dance in. Sorry, I can't continue. Sprinkle water on the face. Sprinkle water on the face.
thank you, Prabhudas Garu. So, his mother is the main singer. అందరి పేర్లు that's happening. Yes. ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ మీరు రండి ఎవరి పేర్లు మీరు ఏం ఇన్స్ట్రుమెంట్ ప్లే చేశారో దానికి పూర్తి
నా పేరు మర్స్కుల ప్రభుదాస్, నేను డక్కి కొడుతున్నా.
మీరు అందరి పేరు చెప్పండి. అందరి పేరు
మర్స్కుల కళావతి సింగింగ్ చేస్తున్నది గోండి భాషలో. వెంకటమ్మ మిశ్రం తొడసం నీలబాయి కోరస్ చేస్తున్నది. మిశ్రం భీమరావు కీక్రి వాయిస్తున్నాడు. మన తొడసం చిన్నయ్య డోల్కి కొడుతున్నాడు. ఇది డక్కి అంటారు దీనికి, అది డోలికి అంటారు. డక్కి అంటారు మా భాషలు. సరే
మా గోండ్స్లో డక్కి అంటాం, డమ్ర అంటాం సార్. ఇది ఖీక్రి సార్.
పొద్దున వచ్చారు. థ్యాంక్ యూ. హోల్ డే ఉన్నారు మాతో, మంచిగా పాడారు అందరి కోసము. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. So they arrived early in the morning. In fact, they were the first people to come to Tea Hub today at 6 in the morning. So yeah, they spent the whole day with us and performed at the end of the day. So thank you so much. And I think here we call it a day for today. We have one more eventful day tomorrow. We would like to express our sincere gratitude and so much joy for seeing so many people from the city of Hyderabad. Like, we had so many students coming from different colleges. So when we were interacting with students here and there, I was asking them if they are bunking their college or if their management is sending. So we got very diverse responses. So many students even bunked their colleges to attend the summit today. That was, I don't know, very exciting to hear that people were very passionate. Like, people who are passionate about this subject, about this field, came today, and that showed in the response to the workshops, to the exhibitions, to the inaugural plenary discussions. So thank you so much for today. And tomorrow is another day with lots of workshops lined up in 4 parallel sessions. The agenda is on the website, and you will be provided the same information starting of tomorrow. So please come back, and we'll have another eventful day. And tomorrow we have a very interesting lineup of speakers for the concluding panel. Yeah, so I think I'll ask my colleague Akanksha to take over.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to everyone who joined us today, especially our guests and the people, the 21 organizations that we've partnered with for hosting the Digital Citizen Summit. We successfully ran 9 parallel sessions in Tea Hub today, and we're going to do the same tomorrow. So please join us, because we have another exciting day of sessions happening. I also want to thank the team at Tea Hub. They've been wonderful to us. We've irritated them, and they've been very, very, yeah. Vinay ji has been lovely. So thank you so much for providing us with this space. And please do join us tomorrow also. One more day and then we'll be... Thank you so much. Dinner is served. I know we've had a long, tiring day. Please let's move on to the dinner. Thank you, and please join us tomorrow. The first session starts at 10. Registration is at 9. Osama sir, do you want to... Okay, let's have dinner. Thank you.